USB, this one. Okay. Hello. Okay, all of this is fine, right? Cool. Uh, so there was a problem with this mic. It is working fine. Hopefully it is here as well. Hopefully it is here as well. Yeah, leave it. Hello. Yeah, everything is good. I hope so. So, anyways, I'll just like it just for the sake of it. And let me just put it what I want to do today. I think just the aim here is to try to complete the purpose of the title of the video. That's it. Sorry. A bunch of things. First is that I am at different homes, so there could be a lot of background noises right here. Second of all, if you'll just look into this description, you will find that I am basically going to just show you how you can actually, how basically the entire process of developing an app actually goes through from the lens of front-end engineer, but live. So what typically happens is that you know, anytime you see a watch a tutorial, there's a 10 to 20 hours worth of efforts that gets edited down to 4 to 6 hours of edited video. And then this gives an illusion to a lot of beginners that, well, everything is perfect. Like the person who is teaching you is completely perfect, or a person who is just, I mean, the tutorial guy who is giving you the tutorial knows exactly what he's doing every single time, from the get-go of semantics of HTML to the CSS to how things actually work. And I want to just break that myth, and that's why I just want to stream this live. Okay, most probably we will not be able to complete the entire thing, but we will try. So that's the only thing. Cool. All right, so I can just close this and I'll just start this, which is my personal browser. And yeah, so exactly what we want to, basically I want to just build an using some like an app. Okay, so let me just open this. I don't want to waste much time, and it will be, you will just see me how I do the build process and how during the process of building I run into a lot of problems and how I try to solve it, and that it is not always perfect. Most probably nothing is perfect. All right, so the only times you will see me doing things exactly how accurately is the things that I have done hundreds of times. Okay, so first and foremost, I'll go to the course, and technically I'll just, how to put it, yeah, let's start with creating I'll first update my PNPM. N denotes an alias. Okay, I should be a little bit more upwards so that people can actually see what I'm doing. N is basically an alias for my PNPM, so I'm just going to use it. So N DLX create next app at the rate latest. I'll just do it this way. And so what exactly we are trying to do, let's clone Twitter, right? We can say, okay, this is where I'll just open this. Let's see. Bird names in Sanskrit. Okay. Not this general general bird name, not name, bird sound in Sanskrit. Sound name in Sanskrit. Let's start with this only. Let's see. Yeah, generate for me something. Where is Kak? Pakshi. Yes, the cry of. Let's go with Sa. Saransh now. Okay. Is there anything that I can do? Like, what can be the name? Basically, I'm trying to create a Twitter clone. I just don't want to call it a Twitter clone. Technically, I can call it Twitter, but again, yeah, it's no longer Twitter, it's X. So, how about Chirpy? It's not Sanskrit, but I'm pretty sure it will be good. Yeah, let's go with the Chirpy. Yeah, so this is how you actually come up with a name. Okay, we want the TypeScript, we want the ESLint, yes. We want the Tailwind CSS. Technically, you want the SRC folder. Yes. App router, yes. No. Let's see what it installs. And I'll just make it this big. I think this much is enough. Because I also have to, do things here. Hopefully there's no issue in their latest version, whatever the version they have installed. It's 14.0.3. Cool. Then I'll simply go inside the Chirpy and then I'll open the VS Code here. Okay, here it is, the VS Code. Let's see what's the font size. I hope this much is going to be enough. Yeah, this much should be enough. Cool. Anyways, so what okay, anytime I create a new Next.js project, I do a bunch of things. Now the normal way is that if you're doing a certain things every time, the best course of action would be to do it once and then upload it in your GitHub with the title of next starter something, so that you can just provide -e flag during this particular command like so, and then pass your GitHub repo, and that will just download everything as you have set it up. But since we have not done it, so let's start doing things like this. So a bunch of things. First, I will like to have a Tailwind. Let's go and install. Okay, first, let me just close this. Let's go back here. Let's install Tailwind. Let's see how it actually is installed. See, I don't actually remember a lot of things. We'll go to the framework guides, Next.js, and here it is. Copy, paste. Once that is done, let's do this. Once that is done, we can just copy this. We can go here. We can go here. This created a bunch of things that I am doing wrong, and basically I should not be doing this. We're already, doing the Tailwind anyways. Yeah, it's already up to date what I'm even doing. So here I'll just put it like this. This one should be enough. This extend and all of this, I can just remove it like so for now, and this should be done. Now let's go back to my, I think this is also kind of like done. Yeah, it is done. I'll just remove everything from here. I'll simply add few things. One is HTML body, and this is the root, and I'll just say key height is 100%. That should do a lot of things here. Second is, let's first go back. I want to talk about the plugins. Basically, I want to install a bunch of plugins, and these are the plugins. Okay, so I'll just copy this. Hopefully I already have it. Yeah, first this, and let's install this as well. Scroll bar height. I don't know whether I will use it, but yeah, let's just do it. This is one, followed by, let's see, do I have anything here? Yeah, container queries, expect ratio, forms, and typography. One more thing should I be doing here is chat. Happy to see you back, thank you. Naming the app after a bird suggests sadness for the first device. PlanetScale requires a card. Any workaround for that? I don't think so, but I mean, when I don't know. Does it? Oh yeah, right. My previous one, when I first created the PlanetScale, it did not require the card. This new one actually did require a card for some reason. So, but I've already done it. I have this Flipkart, Amazon, Flipkart, Axis Bank credit card, and then there's a Amazon ICICI credit card if you're in India, and that actually kind of works. Okay, so here we are. I don't know when we are going to use a PlanetScale. I'm just, like, this is the EdgeStore. This is the first time that I will be using this. This is also the first time that I will be perhaps using this. I had used it in a past, but very low level, and most likely we will not be using much here as well. Okay, anyways, the forms, aspect ratio, content queries. See, I'm just installing a bunch of things which we might not even require. Cool. Apart from that, let's also simply go back and require everything from here and add it right here. Also, I'll just require that whatever the Tailwind scroll bar thing was as well. Okay, so this is done. Next is basically there's a chat scene. I should have added this into the title. Here we go. We will do this. Okay. So this will be basically, so here's the problem thing. Since we have installed Tailwind NextJS 13 app router, this is just follow what I'm doing. I chose the TypeScript there, so I will choose it here. I will make sure this is default. This I will choose neutral. The global CSS file for me is inside this src app and global CSS. So I will just do that only. Src. I will hit the tab first, and then I will say this. Okay. Would you like to use CSS variable for colors? Not really, no. To be honest, again, I don't know much. This has to be TS, and if I go back here, this is exactly right here. So this is my current file. I'll just close these two like so, and the components, configure the import alias for components. This is fine. This is also fine. We'll see. Yes, I'm pretty sure I messed up certain things because I have used the src, but we'll see. Oh, not really. It figured it out. Cool. So src global is this. This is my entire schema. This is my component thing, and this is the lib UI thing. That's good. If I go to this, it has nothing. I mean, we have to have something here. Okay, let it be for now. This is also good. This is, I can just remove this entire thing and I'll make it as function Okay, one more thing. The naming convention. The naming convention will be whatever the folder is and whatever the file is. So if the folder is app and the file is page, then it will be app page. If the folder is about and the file is page, then it will be app, about page. Similar with the layout. So right now I will say app page. And then I will just simply return for now. Quick, just to test it out to Excel, and this will be app page. That's about it. Similar is the case here, and this is good to go. Okay, next we can actually have a bunch of these components. First and foremost, we will have okay, I think this is done. Now we have to do this. We are already doing the enter. Okay, let's go with this. I don't like to name it font sans because then it becomes a little bit tricky to understand whether it has applied there or not in the first place. So yeah, this much is good though. I will make it, rather than font sans, I'll make it enter. And let's see. Let's copy this, paste it, import. This is going to be my enter. Sorry. And this should be it. This title is not going to be like this. I will have to have a template. This template will be basically whatever the page is and this, and then it will be default, which is going to be chirpy. Okay, this is basically a kind of a Twitter clone with NextJS. Fair enough. In case you're wondering what I'm using, no, it's not GitHub Copilot. It's basically free Codium tool, which I'm just using. Helps a little bit and not interferes much. Okay, so this much is good. The font sans has to be here as font enter. I'll show you when. And here is the font family, which we will be extending to the config. Here there's okay, a bunch of things have already been extended anyways. So there's a container. I don't know what ShatCN does with this container, but 1440 it seems good, but okay, fair enough. 1400. This is also good enough. I don't care much here. We'll see. This is the first time I'm actually using ShatCN, to be honest. Oh boy, it also removed. Okay, we will have to do that as well. Now here I will say this is enter. This is going to be enter. And yeah, we can just put it at sans. And here we can just copy this from here. Pretty sure. Yeah, in one of their so-called version, it actually started giving error because they utilized the import. And then it was like a one is const, one is require, one is import, and that was a mess. Anyways, so yeah, CN, if you don't know, it's basically just Tailwind merge with the CLSX, and that's about it. Okay, so this is also done. There's also code. Is Codium better? I hope so. I mean, it's free. I am using it since I don't know when it first came out. So I think so. It's better. Okay. All right. This seems good, but I want to do certain things. So if I go to, first of all, I have to again go back to Tailwind. And the reason being that I have to go to plugins. All the things actually went haywire. So if I go back here, I'll start with the Tailwind configuration. I'll require all of them. And here I will also require Tailwind scroll bar height. Okay, seems about good. A few files that I have to create. One is going to be prettier rc with the prettier prettier rc, which is a JSON file, and then there's a prettier ignore. Okay, in the prettier rc I will have a bunch of configuration. I want to use tab. Semi should be true. Then there's a tab width which I want as 2. Then single quotes, this should be false for me. I don't like it. Trading comma, I don't want any of them. I don't care much about this. End of line is what I care about. And then print width is going to be 100. Then there's a plugins, and in the plugins I need this one, prettier plugin Tailwind CSS, which is something that we have installed. Where it is, prettier. Okay, we have not installed it, so let's install that as well. Prettier plugin Tailwind CSS. And basically this plugin, all it does is that if you go to src app page, and if you have like px of say whatever, it does not matter, and p of this, and you save, you see it automatically sorts the entire thing out. That's about it. That's what that plugin does, and I think we are kind of good to go. Couple of other things. I will need a thing called format, and this is good. I will need a thing called format. Okay, and this will be basically prettier right this, and then for this to work good I will have to go to ignore, and here I will say key ignore the node modules, at least ignore the public folder, and ignore the NextJS folder. These three I don't want you to format at all. The rest is good to format as you see fit. Cool. Now back to this. A bunch of things actually happens every time. There's a bunch of components that you anyway need. Like for example, button, maybe calendar, maybe some sort of like a form, things like that. We'll see. Like toast. Yeah, toast is required always, like this thing. So let's start adding it one by one. I will need the toast. I don't know why it did not copy. Right, copied. Yeah, so I will need the toast. That's first thing. Apart from the toast, I will need first of all, I don't like this. Very difficult for my eyes to actually see anything unless it's night. Okay, I will need the skeleton, hopefully. Yeah, we'll see later. Maybe we don't even need it, but we'll see. Navigation menu looks good, but most likely we won't be needing it. Button is something that we might be needing it. Not might be, we will be needing it. Yeah, we will be needing it. So let's just copy this entire thing again, paste it. Okay, this is basically the link way of doing things. So this flag parameter in the next link as follows. I don't see what it does, to be honest. Sorry. Okay, right now we are just trying to load things up. This is the primary setup, by the way, in case you want to know how things actually happens. And I'll also show you one thing, hopefully. Cool. I think this is done. If we want the dark mode, we will see it later, but let's see. Theming is utility classes, is a component variables false. Just okay. Use CSS variable theming. Like I said, I don't understand a lot of things. The only things that I require is basically those two. Cool. Okay, since we are going to clone this anyways, so let it remain open. One more thing, I will have a file called env. Then I will go to this, and here you can see that it is being added. So in the ignore, I don't know why they don't do it. Just do it like so, and that should do it. So I will remove this entire thing from here as well. And we are hopefully good to go. Let's just check it out. If basically, I don't know whether we should be using inter or not. We'll see later. This should type is this. Let it open. Google Fonts. Let's see. There's has to be something that I like. What about this? Do we have any? No. Okay. See, I don't know whether inter is good or not. Poppins, Monsterrat. Okay. First of all, let's go with the language of English. Not extended this much. Should be doing variable sans serif. And in that we have Monsterrat, Inter, Oswald. Railway seems good. Nunito. Rubik. Yeah, let's go with the work sounds. Let's see. It's not like anything will change. Font chose scenario is very bad, to be honest. Here we can just go with the cool. This is going to be good to go. We have to change things here as well. Rather than here, I'll just work sounds. And this should be this. And then here, I should be just doing sans like so. Let's go and check it out. We have this as Times New Roman. Dude, this looks so better. Times New Roman. Let me just make sure in the pages I have as bold, and this is say 6XL. Okay, now it looks bad. Okay, computed. This is Times New Roman only. Okay, the idea is in the body I have worksons as a variable, and that variable is saying this is a font family where I am putting it like so as workson, so, and then it should become this, which is now be worksons. Cool, good to go. Good to go. What is actually better with the worksons? Do we have anything? Okay, this is 48, 36, 16 is too low, 21 is too high. So what about bold? Cool, so this is good. All right, so here's the thing. If the text is big, bold is good. If the text is small, bold is difficult to read, so make it regular. Okay, if the text is small, it becomes difficult to read, so maybe regular is good for light small text. So yeah, there's that. As child profs inside the button com, what does that mean? I think, I don't know, we'll have to check when we'll pass it. If I remember going through that button thing, I believe, yeah, let's just check it out now. What's the point? We'll check it out, don't worry. Okay, so this much is enough. This much is enough. We have our app, and this is our button toaster. This is our app, which is layout and everything. Now before I begin, because this is kind of like a production grade app, this is the first thing that we are doing, right? Any project that you start, you do a bunch of configuration. That's what this entire part is all about. There's a thing called logo ipsum, and this is just for sake of placeholder logos, not for any sort of like a production. So we'll search for something. We'll search for chirpy. Hopefully we get some sort of like a bird thing. No, let's go with the bird. Okay, let's see categories. We need some sort of like a logo type. How about geometric? This looks cool. We'll come to that. We have circular. Okay, we have illustrative. Line. Let's go with this. This is SVG. This is how it will look. This is the details. Colors are thing like that. So we have copied it. Hopefully, yes. So I will go back here. I will say let's inside this. I'll say logo. I'll say it as this logo. I don't actually know what this actually looks like, to be honest. This is technically just an SVG. Okay, so I can say it as default function logo, and I can just simply return it like this. Then I can look into all these class, make it as class name, and that should do the entire thing. basically for us. And this width and height. Okay, somebody has come in the background. Just don't mind it. Don't mind it. Let me just pause it. Let me just see what happened. Okay, somebody has come at the home and there will be a lot of noises. Okay, first and foremost, I think this should be enough. This is a logo. So here I will just call it as, like, there's a UI logo, like there's a UI, and there's something that I would like to have myself. A component that goes will be like a server side components, and there's something like a client side components, and I'll make this as right here. I'll delete this logo file. And this should do it. Let's check it out how it actually looks inside my pages. So here we go. Cool, it looks good. Can we pass something here? Not really. So here's what we can actually do. Inside this, I can have a size which is going to be a number, and this both can go with the size, and there will be a default size of 16 for me. And if I go here, okay, I think 16 is too big. Let's see. There's also going to be a class name of height of somewhere around, I don't know. Previously it used to give me a lot of like thing. 40. Yeah, this looks good. So technically, like, this is 16, so I don't know why it went haywire. Is it like, if I do this, let it be. We'll see what we can do later. Okay, that's my basically this is my entire, cool. God, I don't know how to do this. Yeah, it actually works. Cool. So this should be number, and then I can remove this, and this should work. And if I provide the size as say 40, first of all I have to remove these for now. God, there's some serious trouble with the caching in NextJS app. What? Okay, so I am console log size, this is 40, and if I am not passing anything, this is 16, so it is quite working fine for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, got it. Now it's working way too fine. So if it is like make it as like what, 4, right? So let's go with the 8 and 8. This is 32 pixel, which is good. So that means I will have to have this as 64, so that it is crisp rather than some sort of like small thing. Okay, so this is my logo. That should be enough for now. Okay, so that's one. So this is basically coming from this logo Ipsen. That's very small, quick logo. If I can just download it, then what I will do is create favicon out of what is this file, svg. Let's check, is there anything here that actually can do it? Technically we can do it like this, but to dark mode support, I don't see this as free. For some reason it never becomes free. Let me know if you guys can actually hear things from the background. Dipangshu, can you hear anything from the background? There's a lot of noise that is happening there. So what's the need of the class names? Yes, so width and height is, how to put it, this class name, basically I want to give the width and height the double of the class name here, so that there's a crispiness that maintains. So for example, if I'm supplying the default height of 64, right, I want this to be basically 32 only, and otherwise what will happen is I can show you like this. Let's say it is 64, right? If I do this 16, maybe 32, this is 128, right? So let's go with 64. Let's go with 64, and here I can just say it as 16. Let's go back to this. Oh yeah, you're right. Since we are using svg, I don't think I require this. What will happen if I just completely remove it? Okay, so that's, you know what, I have no idea whether this is happening because of the caching or this is happening because of NextJS. No, nonsense. Okay, this is 16. Let's say I give it 64. This is 64. Cool. What about 128? Yeah, this is svg, so I think this will work just fine. So let's start with only 64 here. Now 32. Yeah, let's start with this only. There has to be one thing that I want to see. Do we have some sort of like a color? Okay, there's a fill which is black. Yeah, I think this should be good enough logo for this quick app. Cool, thanks for that. I don't think we require it because we are using svg. If it would be png, then we need to supply some sort of like I mean the image should be more twice, at least twice than what is the basically the proper thing you are actually trying to use. That's something where I was going to, but yeah, you're right. I can close this. I don't think it will figure it out, but let's try this. Not here. Can we have it here? Yeah, we can. And don't know about this, but can we have it as favicon? And can we just remove this favicon ico? Let's see. Okay, that went away. And the favicon is not able to figure it out. So svg to ico. Let's go with this cloud convert. This is one of the best sites that I've actually seen. I remember, I think it was way back, like 5-6 years down. Everything was free, but now it is like good. Let me just check one thing. Let me just upload it. There's a lot of file that goes there. So there's a I want to convert to icon. Let's convert it. We'll finish it. So just to show you how it actually looks, this is now finished. Then I can just download it. I'll just download it. Go back. Downloaded it. Then I'll just drag that back to my VS Code and I'll rename it as favicon. And then I can remove this favicon svg and I can just reopen it. So if I just refresh it, there should be something here, right? Let's see. Favicon. It is here. So favicon right here. Yeah, it is here. So hopefully it will work if I just refresh this entire thing. Don't ask me why this is all about. I am just picturing some sort of like, I don't know, some sort of like chirping sound, if that is the case. Okay, that kind of like works. Doesn't work, but yeah, we'll see. Cool. So favicon is done. Basically all our setup is done. That's what I basically want to do. Okay, just a recap till now what we were doing. Well, we were just trying to figure it out, a lot of things. Like we were just setting up things initially. Any project that starts requires a bunch of configuration. That's what we were doing. So what we did, we installed our NextJS 14 app router. We installed the Chad UI, whatever you want to call it. We installed that. We had created two folders. One is client, one is server. In the server, we created a logo, which we got from Logo Ipsum, just for the quick project tutorial for this here. Then we had like install button, toast, and basically toast and button here. And apart from that, we had like this is set up automatically by default using the Tailwind and Chad UI. Then we set up our prettier ignore. We set up our prettier RC configuration file. We have not run one thing, which is definitely this end format. So this will just format all our files into our designed outcome based on this. We also installed a bunch of Tailwind plugins. This is for sorting. There's a bunch of things that are installed inside Tailwind itself, which is right here. Okay. We also did the configuration of our font family. We chose the work sans for now. This is all done using the Chad UI, Shad CN UI, let's say. Okay, and this is it. So at this point, once the configuration is done, once we have cleaned up our router and everything, at this point I simply commit. So let's do that. Let's check the status. Let's add everything. Let's simply do the commit. So at this point, we will say initial setup done. Okay. And that's about it. Now at this point, I will have, let me just check my some credentials. Okay, I'm just simply doing some sort of like a login scenario for my GitHub CLI. That's it. So there's a bunch of password involved. That's why I'm not opening it. Cool. 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 So I will just open my github.com. I can now open this. So this is my github.com. This is my repository. Okay, now here's what I will do. Sorry, I will say github repo create. Basically I will have to push this entire thing. This is chirpy. This is a sort of like a Twitter clone live. Then we will make it as public just for now. This is good, this is good, this is good, and that's it. So if I go back, refresh, you'll find this is my chirpy. Cool, nothing is done. This is how it looks. Now we will go back to Vercel. In Vercel I will have add new, which is going to be a project, which will simply import this chirpy, and then I will just simply deploy it. Technically what you want to do is that the initial setup should be immediately deployed to the service that you want to deploy your app on, just to test it out whether the out of the box thing actually works or not. Otherwise you will build the entire thing and at the later stage you will just fail, right? That's bad, very bad. So you would just want to do this way, right? Okay, there will be a bunch of more configuration that will coming up, like Auth0, what is next, PlanetScale, Drizzle. So we have not done all of this, so we will do all of that as well eventually. Hopefully I would love to first start creating some sort of like a UI so that we have something here. Okay, so this is my page. I'll just add a domain. So the domain will be I just cannot see our chirpy.codedusting.in, chirpy.codedusting.in. I'll just add it, and this time you will see what is this? Oh, name server. Okay, name server. Okay, let me just do that instead. Wait a minute. I think I released it, but never actually got to the point where I can actually add the new name servers. Wow. I think Vercel provide this name server everywhere. I don't know whether it is a security problem to really. I don't think so. Okay, we will just go here and we will say manage. I'm pretty sure this is not visible. Yeah, cool. So I will now be listing my name servers, which is only 2 of them. I don't know why it went away. Change the name server. It might take some time. All right, so we are back. Cool. Okay, we can just do this. I should be closing this first, then I should be opening it. Yeah, I'm doing things which are password related, Dipanshu. That's why I'm just making the screen blank. I will do the same thing when I will be doing setting up the auth where I get the keys. Because this is a live stream, I don't want it to be leaked. Of course, I will later change it, but during the live stream, that few hours, anybody can just pick it up, even though I'm only having you as a viewer. But there's a lot of bots that keep on crawling around. Okay. So let's refresh it. Okay, it will happen eventually. It keeps on refreshing, but I have basically we are going towards this. If I go to this chirpy.codedusting.in, it will be eventually done. For now, let's just go to this, and here it is, our app. Cool. So it is deployed. It is here. Everything's fine. Good. Now I'll go back to this. I'll just refresh it. And let's now think about what exactly we have to do. Okay, even though we are just going to do the cloning part, there's a lot of things that goes into the readme file. So the readme, I can just remove it, and let's just go with the chirpy. Chirpy, a sort of Twitter clone. Okay. Now, what is this all about? This is just a live streaming project building for my channel. I'll just include later, so it will be like YouTube here, it will be Kick here. Okay, now basically what I want to do first, I want to do some sort of like no need for introduction for now. Let's go with the feature. What exactly do I want? Okay, yeah, sure. Login, follow, post, comment, like, cool. Share, yes. What else? Profile, search, cool. Not this. Log out, obviously. Anything else? No? Cool. Okay. What was that? Yeah, okay. It is just getting something from somewhere. Okay. So we will need a login functionality, right? We'll need a post is basically like chirp. Let's call it chirp. Login, log out. So basically we need the users, we need follow and all of these things, share, profile, things like that. Okay. So let's start with thinking about what exactly how we'll actually be doing things, functionalities. First is, here's what we have to think about. First, do we want, if we want our, like, how should I, basically the first page should be the marketing page, right? Marketing pages, basically things like this. I'll just show you. If you go to say PlanetScale.com, see, this is the marketing page. The home page is basically the marketing page for most part, okay? Because here you are actually trying to sell things. Now, what is the marketing page for this? Now, if I go to incognito mode and if I go twitter.com, this is it, right? This is it. So obviously we are not as big as Twitter, so we might have to do certain things, but there's something that we can actually get from here. What is that? Well, first of all, this is bad design in a variety of ways. I think first is that most people read from left to right, unless you're marketing from, if you're doing the English, people will read from left to right. So your image should be on this part or some sort of, and this is where your entire thing should go. So we get some sort of like an idea. Okay, we can have a sign up form here, or these buttons can come here. Okay, and something can be of marketing right here, and this can be like a sign up now or something like that, and this will be like this account or something. Okay, so that could be our that will be our marketing page. What will happen if I click on about? And wow, a lot of things have changed since Twitter became Elon. And dude, this I'm sorry. But like, what happened? Okay, see, this is what I wanted. You have a text here, you have whatever the image goes here. This is how things actually move forward. Okay, so let's also talk about things that we might want to have, like a privacy policy. Cool. We might have a cookie policy. We might have accessibilities. See, these are the things that actually goes into any sort of like a production level app. I mean, these are the features. Fine. Functionality is basically like, let's say, business requirements. That is much better. So there's a marketing page, right, which could be a home page. Then there will be basically a privacy page, right? There will be a cookie consent, a cookie policy page. Okay, so there will also be accessibility related things. Okay, terms and conditions should be there. So these are all the pages that just goes about us if you want. And if I go to blog, this is where people actually write things. The companies basically write things about their so-called blogs, right? Like what they are doing, what they are selling, things like that. And yeah, so that's about it. So let's start with that. So cool. So here's what we will do now. In our src folder, in our app folder, we will create a new folder with this marketing. We will round it up with that bracket. Okay, that bracket means that we are creating a route group in our app directory, and here we will say basically layout.dsx. Right now let's just create this, and we'll drag this page to this. Okay, go here. Okay, delete it. I think it just created the file. We will have this as marketing. This is the route group. We will drag this page right here. And this route group does not mean, basically it does not become /marketing/page. It will be just /page only. So just keep that in mind. So we will, if I go here and refresh, okay, we have to run it. You'll see this the same page. Okay, same page. So let's start with the marketing page. Cool. I can just don't save it. Let's go here and let's remove everything from here. Let's see. First and foremost, we will have to have, let's also create marketing layout. For now, we'll see what we can do later. So here's the idea. I will say default function, and the naming convention is again the same, marketing, because we are inside the marketing folder, and this is layout, so layout. Okay, and because this is layout, we will also have children, and that children will be of React. Okay, first of all, React DOM like this. Okay, this is my React node, not DOM. Okay, and here I will start with main. This will contain header, then this will contain a section which will contain my children, then I will go with the footer. So that's the fundamental plan for this layout. So let's start with the header. We'll say with the footer, and then there's a children. This I can easily call it as marketing page, and I can remove this. Here I can, let's start with the header first. We can just make it like this. For now, if I go back, there's a header, there's a footer. Cool. Let's go to layout. There's a header situation. Now within this marketing page, I can create another folder. And if you say underscore, whatever the folder name is, like say components. So, and if you just, let's say I want to drag page.tsx like so. And this is default function, marketing page like this, SSS. And I go inside the underscore components. First of all, it has nothing. But even if I go inside marketing slash something, again nothing. If I go inside this, again nothing. So all those folders are basically out of the route. So let's start with this. We will change this to header. So let's with the default function header, and we will start with this header. Within that, we will have a logo at the very end. So logo at the right, and we will have login and sign up at the top. Now, if I see this, it has nothing. So yes, we can also do this way of doing things. The entire page is just things that pulls you up. Yeah, technically we can do that as well. Oh, can we? Yeah, I think we should be doing that. First, in the global thing, I will say HTML body root, and I will just call the height as 100% first. Then I will go inside the header. Doesn't seem there has to be a component here in the marketing page. We can just let it be. In the layout, I don't see the problem here. This goes just I mean, this layout goes just fine, no problem. So we can just remove this as well. And then here it is a chirpy thing. See, I'm going a very back and forth scenario. Like I said, it's not perfect. So let's do that. In this layout, I have a children. So this will be main. Within the main, I will have two sections. One section will be left. Another section will be right. Class name of flex row, which is default. So there's that. Justify it as center, justify it as between, items at center, gap is not required for now. This can be bg of red of 200 for now, and this will be bg of blue of 200. Now here I will say h of full, which is, this became like this because we have this here. That's the CSS part, by the way. I will say this is w of full. H of full, and this will be full. Cool. So this is how it is. Now this item centered has no meaning left, because yeah. Now at this point, this shall too become the things that we want. Let's see. The first thing that we need is some sort of like a social media scenario. So for that, I will say Bard AI. Let me check. I mean, will it give something or not? Let's see. Create taglines for my social media app, which is kind of a clone of Twitter. Connect with the world one tweet at a time. Share your thoughts, ideas, and experience. Network, join the conversation, make your voice heard. It's like Twitter, but better. Share your thoughts, ideas. Yeah, it's like Twitter, but better. Let's go with that. Here's some more creative, like tweet your heart out on our app. Bad. Join the flock and start tweeting. Bad. Okay, the only thing better is tweeting on our app. Bad. This is good to go. Let's go with the H1. Okay, one more thing. H1 is typically, I have to just change this to Epos. Let's quick fix it. Epos. See, H1 is, how to put it? The main thing of your entire app should be H1. What you want to showcase the people, convey the people, that's H1. Okay. Cool. Now that I have chosen that, I have chosen this. Now provide me a selling description along with a CTA button. Yeah, CTA button, let's say. Got it. So that's this. Tired of those draft A. Sure, here's a selling description, blah blah blah. It's time for the fresh take on social media. Introduction to a new app, the perfect alternative to Twitter with all the same features you love. Let's go with the tired of the same, looking for a social media more engaging. No, here's the thing, we can just copy this much and make this as description, right? And then we will have our button, which is coming from the button. And let's start with the get started for free, because everybody loves free and they sell themselves for the free. Yeah, let's go with the default for now. Let's see how it actually looks. Cool. This is how it actually looks for now. And in the right, I will have a complete form, to be honest. And that form will have basically form action, one form. But email password, not really. I want here Auth0, to be honest. Hello. See, marketing page is not actually landing page. It's just most site. Yes, kind of like, yes, there's a marketing page, but your landing page should be a selling point of your entire site. You have to sell your service, unless you're Google, right? Or you are something like already established. So if you look into any of the products, like any products for that matter, product site, I don't know. For example, if you see, say, Udemy, right? Udemy.com. See, they are selling it. They are telling you this is what we are selling right now. Okay. Yes, you can search it, but this also points to their sell. This is also sell. This is also selling, right? And if you go down, the selling starts. So it depends like what exactly are you trying to do. And if you are a, let's say a SaaS company, okay, PlanetScale, I already showed you. This is the PlanetScale. They are already selling you something. Get started, contact us, things like that. Okay. What about EdgeStore.dev? See, they're selling you. Start for free, effortless integration. They're trying to tell you, okay, this is what we provide. Start for free. All right. So yes, most of the landing page are basically the selling page, the marketing page. That's why I just named it as marketing. That's what it is all about. And this is not just this, even the open source ones. Go to tailwind.com. See, selling you. This is the sell. Rapidly build modern website without ever leaving your HTML. This is a sell. Great sell, but sell nonetheless. And get started. Okay. The rest is the information which most people don't even look into. Like for example, when I see, here's how it went. I was searching for something like how to upload the image, better ways to upload the image on NextJS. I found something, a video on Twitter, which is EdgeStore. So I simply went to their store. I did not look anything. I just looked into, okay, start for free, effortless integration, which I don't understand at all. Easy to use dashboard, because I don't understand these things until and unless I read the, like, try it out or read the documentation. So I just clicked on the start for free and here I am. And now I can look into the docs and everything. But this was a sell. Okay. That's what I'm just trying to say here. Nothing else. Anyways. Cool. So hopefully this is also done now. See, my domain is up and running. Okay. So I will have a form, most likely not a form. So let's go to Auth0. This is where we will install the Auth0 NextJS. Now here we go. Can we use clerk? Yes. Why I am not using it? Because there's a problem that I see in the clerk which I am not able to understand, and that is the first load there kind of like, it's like it goes through the middleware and your home page will load 2 times, which I think is bad for the SEO purpose. Okay, so there's that. And Auth0 is something that most organization will force you to use anyways. I don't know why, but most clients who belong to big companies will tell you use Auth0. And I'm actually going to use the NextJS version of Auth0, but most likely you will encounter the React version of Auth0, which is troublesome because in NextJS there's this thing called, when you build this entire thing, yeah, let's build it entire thing. I'll just show you quickly. You see this thing, the first load JS. This is basically going to be included in pretty much all the routes and all the pages. Okay. This includes the chunks from some chunks, but this is the main app. Okay. And the moment you start wrapping around third-party modules and third-party modules and providers and Apollo client and Auth0, React provider, Redux store provider, things like that, this actually goes so much. And most likely you will have Sentry, you will have, which is like bad. Sentry client, for example, Sentry client by default serves at least, if you do not use anything of theirs, just the tracing part, right? Then it serves 26 KB as a default payload. Then, so let me just tell you what it is. So for example, most likely you will have Sentry for runtime error tracing. You will have Apollo client unless you can do things from fetch, which is what we are going to be doing. So Apollo client for GraphQL queries. Why GraphQL queries in most projects? Because most people use CMS, and right now the Senti is actually taking over, so they just use that Apollo client. I don't know why. They could have used Oracle or UQRL or other libraries that comes with it, but here it is. So Sentry by default, sentry.client, right, is 26 KB. If you don't use their replay, if you use their replay, now it's 60 KB. This is definitely 35 KB. That's about it. You can't do anything about it. Then you have Auth0 React, which is approximately 15 KB. Let's call it 16 KB if you are using the latest version. Previously it was 35 KB. Now they have actually dropped a bunch of support. Okay. Then you have what? Store of Redux wrapper, which let's say it's what, somewhere around this range it will happen, because there's a lot of state that you have to manage. Then you will have, if you are using Material UI, God, most people use it, most projects use it, so it will be approximately 10 to again 15 KB. Then you have like what, Auth0 provider, things like that, everything is here, right? And yes, so this much is going to be served as your so-called first JS client. Okay, so let's start with this. Let me just tell you how much is it. So you have 26 KB, right? And this is conservative estimate, 35 KB, then 16 KB, then let's say 11 KB, and then let's go with this one, 15 KB, right? And then apart from that, you will have 28 KB, or yeah, let's call it 83 KB. 83 KB. This is what you are going to serve to pretty much all the pages, right? And this is only if you're lucky, and only if you have this much. Most likely you will also have few things more, like GTM, which is something that we will install in this production level. I'm in this project today, so let's call it this. And then you will have not to mention, your app won't be just this, because we haven't built anything. This also increases, obviously. So you can think of this as this plus 128 or something KB more. So this easily goes away 200 and something. And in one of the projects that I'm dealing, it's actually 355. So I was able to bring it down to at least 300 and less. And now we are completely removing the Apollo client so that we can actually go to the fetch, because there's a lot of things. So we are building custom wrappers and all sort of things a little bit, or we can simply use the URQL, and that will also be good. But yeah, we are looking into it anyways. So that's why I'm just going to use the Auth0. Firebase, not very well, technically Firebase. Any Google service will also be a big ton. Yes, Firebase, oh god. Let's just say you should not be using Firebase in production unless your application is not having some sort of like a database requirement which pertains to easy going Firebase scenarios. No SQL, just use some sort of like a SQL, and that should do it. All right, so I'll start with the get started. I'll start with the sign up. I'll sign up with my GitHub. Let's go with the advanced. We have assigned your data region to United States and given your attendant name. Check this box if you need to process your data in a different region to comply with the privacy law. Yes, I don't know why the default is United States, but fair enough. Let's go with the next. Region is only this much, which is bad. Tenant domain, I'll just go with code dusting. Okay. Most probably I should use it in the EU. I mean, they won't be able to do a lot of things. But let's go with this. I have no idea about the GDPR compliance. So code dusting dot something something. Let me just pause it just to see whether it gives some sort of like, yeah, it does not. No secret is leaked for now, at least. So a few small steps for you, must step for the leak box, for your login box. Tell us what recommend. I'm a new one, started. This is basically a single page application, regular traditional web application that runs on a server. Yes. And here it is going to be NextJS. Okay, continue. Let me just close it again quickly. Okay, so I can just show you one more time. So it says what is the logo. We can have a the logo can be, let it be Auth0. I don't really care. I will have these two, GitHub and Google Chrome. Social connection button, which is okay. I don't want this. First of all, is there no way to not have any of these? Yep. Users you can using ID and password enable. No, they cannot. So I don't want this anyways, but let's go with the continue. Wait a minute, let's go back. Shit. Okay, I'm a new user. I will do this. This is good to go. The color of the button is going to be, let's go to Tailwind CSS. Let's go to colors, theme, color. This is it. Pretty sure they had some colors here. Colors, here it is. We have chosen neutral, so let's go with this. Let me check how it looks, like this. And the background color, I want it to be this one. Yep. Looks good. Try login as your user, try login, it works. So this is what my users will see. Login to code dusting to continue the default app. I won't be having whatever else I am having, like email and password, which is good. And then I can just say with email, I can just provide authorize, and it works. Cool. And it will give me my sub, which is like ID, nickname, name, picture, and updated ad. Let's copy this because we might be needing it. For now, it should be right here. We'll look into it later. For now, this is good to go. And yeah, it works. Take me back to the dashboard. So let's continue. and this is my entire step. So let's integrate the app. To run the sample, follow this step. Set the allowed call in the settings. Okay, let's do that. In the application settings, okay, let me just pause it. I don't know what leak will it happen. Okay, it should be yeah, here it would have been a leak. So let me just quickly make it a environment file. I'll say a few things. One is my domain will go inside the auth0 domain. Then it will be client ID, auth0 client ID. Then it will be client secret, which is something that should not be leaked. The rest is fine. So I think I can just show anything anyways. Application logo is fine. This is also fine. Instead of identity provider, that is not act to lock the user if they have already logged in before. Okay, so all right, so I think I can just show you. So basically I have to follow these steps. I will copy this in the allowed callback URLs. I'll just paste it, and I'll also paste one more thing, which is just chirp, and we'll simply go and replace it like this, because these two are my callback URLs. Okay, then I will have the logout URL, which is right here, and again I'll, well, first of all I will paste this like this. Then make sure this is installed and execute the following command in the root directory. Okay, all done, fine. I have done this. This is allowed web origins separated by a comma. Okay, so now I will have this as allowed. So only the calls from this will be available right here. Cross origins, allowed origins for cross. This is also good to go. Fallback, no. Token rotation enabled as a result of exchanging a refresh token. A new refresh token will be issued to the existing token will be invalidated. This allows detection. So expiration lifetime must be set. The allowable legal time that the same refresh token can be used. A request to request an access token without triggering automatic reuse deduction. Yeah, I don't have. Refresh token will expire based on an absolute lifetime, after which the token can no longer be used. If the rotation is enabled, an expiration lifetime must be set. Let's just not do this. I have, like, this is a bunch of backend things which I don't want to configure for now. Like a lot of things goes here. Cool, just save the changes. And fair enough, I'm ready to use. Now, technically to integrate, integrate, we have an application or not? We have a chirpy application. So one more thing, I should be doing this. And yeah, back. Basically, I had to close my env file which had that secret code. Cool. Fair enough. This is it. This everything is right here in the social connection. If I go to application, applications, and I say quick start, and here I can just check on NextJS. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's start this and add this. Then we are configuration all of this in the SDK. So for now you can see my things. I think it fair enough. Cool. Let me just do this. I'll just change it later. I'll destroy the app and I'll change it later. It should not be much. So here it is. I'll just make it like this. So technically I have the auth secret which I just created, base, issuer base. This is my client ID, this is my secret. Now at this point it is bad that everything got leaked, but yeah, does not truly matter, to be honest. I'll just delete everything anyways here. Add the dynamic route. Okay, so let's add this API route like so. Go back here. And I'll create a new file which is going to be like this. And this won't be like a route.js, it will be ts. And then I'll just simply copy paste this entire thing like so. And at this point I will have all this, add a user application, user provider from the client, add the user provider client. Okay, this is where the quick start targets the app router. If you're using pages router, check the SDK's readme. On the front end side, the SDK uses React context to provide the authentication state of the users. To make the state available to all our pages, you need to override this root component wrapper, blah blah blah. Cool. Let's make it like this. Then we are wrapping the body. Cool. So in our main one right here, we will say user provider. Let's see, and let's okay, this is my user provider. And now that you have an added dynamic route and run your application to verify that your application is not throwing any errors. So this is my login button and that will take me to this. So now if I have to go inside my marketing page, I don't need this. You can have, technically I can have this as like get started for free. Here I can have a link and I can put it like this, and this can be an href which will be this, and let's see what happens. I will be pasting some sort of like an image here then. In the chirp, in this chirp, Since there are so many modules here. Okay, now if I click on this, it is going to take me here. Then if I click on git, what is this? That dev keys, that's fine. Just accept it. And now I am right here. So if I go to my inspect network, not network, I think it's application, local storage. What is this? Client DB JWT, clerk DB JWT. Don't know why that is the case, but yeah. In the cookie, I have to have. This is my GA. Don't know why the GA is happening. There's a Golang thing. I think this is the app session. We'll see. And this is done. Okay, just add a logout page as well. Yeah, one more thing that we wanted to see was what will happen if I just inspect this. So this is my button and this is my link within. If I pass as child, okay, so the button styles got, okay, got it. This link will have the button styles. That's much better. Okay, let's have another one like this. This can be secondary and this can be logout. Fair enough. Let's start it for free. This is logout. If I log out, and we are out, hopefully. Show your user profile from the client component. Right. Now I can use this use user from a server component. I think this is much better. Profile server, profile client. So let's check this out for now. We will have within this page profile. Let's have a page called profile for now, and we'll just paste this. Okay. If I go to profile, profile is not available. This is app. We have a profile. All right. What am I even doing? Old habits. rename it to page, and this will work. Okay, what does it say? User of intermediate whereas it is undefined. Okay, so their documentation is wrong. What? Yeah, their documentation is wrong then. Basically, we have to have this, and then we can just go back and check. Yeah, this works better. Now if I am get started for free, I will have GitHub, and now if I go back to my profile, to set cookies from the server components, see now. Sure, we can go to hell for now. What is this? Server component in the app directory, including the pages and layers, cannot write to a cookie. If you rely solely on server component to read the update your session, you should be aware of the following. If you have the rolling session default for this SDK, the expiry will not be updated when the user visits your site. Session access sooner than you would expect. You can use with middleware required to mitigate this. If you refresh the access token, the new access token will not be persisted in the session, so subsequent attempts to get the access token will result in refreshing this thing. Where this. Okay. Oh boy. See, the thing is, if you are giving me this nonsense in your right, if you're providing me this, either remove this from the documentation altogether, right, which is good, no worries there. All I'm saying is just remove the entire documentation because it is not working out of the box, or don't present it as something that will work out of the box, you know. That's the only thing. Yeah, width property. Okay, let's go with 256. Okay, so this kind of like works, but this example does not work at all. Cool. Here's what I want to just check. places remote patterns configuration. Okay, so in my NextJS thing, I should be removing this with remote patterns, and this will have like exactly what. Oh, okay, can you see so many next config? I mean, the amount of time that you go back and forth in the documentation. Oh, where's the remote pattern? Mm-hmm. 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 There's no remote pattern, so what? Okay, here's the thing. We have to go with, yeah, we can do this as well, but this is what most people will use. It has no remote pattern. Remote patterns. Okay. Go back to this. Come back again up. There's a remote pattern. This is depreciated. Okay, so the first thing is basically protocol. This is HTTPS. And then you have host name, which is this. And I think that should do it. Now if I'm here and I run this one more time. Okay, run it again. Cool, there's no error. Now what I will do is I will destroy all this secret env and everything that I have just done, and I'll make sure that everything here is different. So the codium, disable for properties, experimental. Okay, so what I will do is now pause it like this, remove everything. Let's go back to my auth application, go to the application, remove this entire thing completely in the settings. Yeah, or I can just rotate the entire secret, rotate the secret. This action cannot be undone. It will permanently rotate client secret for the application shortly. Please type the name of the application. Okay, I can just rotate the secret and then save the changes. Now if I can go back up and copy the client ID, this is still the same, but the secret is hopefully different. Yep, secret is different. I can also generate a new SSL, not that it matters. And I can just copy paste this entire thing quickly. Go to my Vercel. I'll go to Vercel. Go to my settings. Go to Chirpy. Go to settings. Go to environment variables. I'll show you guys, and then copy paste this entire thing. And technically it is this. Just add, basically just save this. And now I can just show you one thing. Display, back, later. So if I go and see this, these are all things that I've just put inside the project's environment variables. So the Auth0 can work next time the deployment happens. And now I can just try to build this entire thing. These can keep on changing, it's just a stupid thing anyways, but yeah, secret was what mattered. So if you check one thing that previously it was 83 or something KB, I just want to check how much is it. The Auth0 React version increases it by 16 KB. Let's see how much this will increase. It did not, which is great for us. Great for us. Okay, so that's something that is good. Okay, we do have a profile page because it's a client page, so now we have like this much amount of KB, and see what happened, right? 5 KB, or let's say 6 KB plus 83 KB is somewhere around 89 something, and then 89.9 or something. So basically what is happening here is this particular first load JS is also adding something from here, and whatever the Auth0 root and everything is, it is adding. So this is done, our Auth0 is done. So let's just simply say the status, let's add everything, and let's commit one more thing. Auth0 initial setup done. See, we are just doing one setup at a time. Okay, and we are going to push it to origin main. Cool, this will automatically update. Okay, next is something that is well always required. I'll just show you what it is. Okay, this is not good. If I go to authentication and user management and users, you'll see that I am already here. Cool. So I can just remove this. This can be removed. This can be removed. And here I want it to be this. Okay. So this is basically some sort of like a web vital attrition, something that we need. And let's go to let's see, let's go to, now I need to set up, I mean, this does not, Auth0 is kind of like setup. We'll look into it in more, to be honest, but most likely we will not need it. If I go to domain now once more, this is setup, which is good to go. So I will have to open the readme file, and let me just remove this entire thing. We'll see what we can do later. Basically, checklist. So initial next setup, this is done. Then Auth0 setup is done. Then we have PlanetScale database setup. Then we have Google Tag Manager setup. Then we have what else? There's a database setup with Drizzle ORM, Google Tag setup with next third party. This is what we are going to use. Auth0 setup is also already done. Versal deployment is also ongoing. What am I missing? Nothing, to be honest. Let's see what I'm missing, what I'm missing, what I'm missing, what I'm missing. I'm pretty sure I'm forgetting something for sure. I have no idea what that is. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, all right, so let's just go with Google Tag Manager. So let's go with the Tag Manager. Hold on. We will also take some break, half an hour break in between. All right. I cannot just keep on sitting in my table or chair. I mean, not table. Okay. Yeah, Vinod. Thank you. I just saw very kind of understood it, but yeah. So we have to go with this. Cool. So let's create an account. So this is, first of all, you have to create a tag manager account. Okay. And apart from tag manager, there's also something called analytics, Google. So analyticsgoogle.com. Okay. analytics.google.com. And this is the dashboard, and that is the tag manager. Okay. So how does this work? If I open my Excel draw, I'll just show you how this entire thing works. So basically this entire setup actually has three parts. So you have one, you have two, and you have three. How can I make it dark? This is so, oh boy, I just messed up. Zoom it to 100%. Cool. Now you have one, you have two, you have three. Okay, so this is how the Google Tag Manager works. You have your code base. Boy, you have your code base, right? This is where data layer happens. So this is your, let's say, Chirpy app. This is our Chirpy app. This Chirpy app, based on, if it is a custom event means it requires code to actually generate an event. So whatever happens here is actually sent to this part, and whatever happens here is sent to this part, and this part is, and the data captured in this part is all that matters. This is just a continuum source. So for example, this part is basically your GTM container. Okay, GTM container actually, so you define some let's say something here, it is captured here, which then becomes a part of this, which is GA dashboard. This is where your entire report and everything is here. Okay, this is just a container which can then be utilized to track for us for our own code custom events or Facebook pixels events or LinkedIn events and so, and all the events that are being tracked, right, based on the GTM ID which is deployed on our site is then sent to the GA4 dashboard. Fair enough? Cool. And apart from the GA4 dashboard, it is sent to other dashboards as well. Like Facebook pixel goes to some sort of like a Facebook pixel, if I remember correctly. I am not too much into marketing, but I have set up only this particular part in my journey, so I understand this part. Okay, so let's do that. So we will create an account. We will call it as Chirpy, not Chirpy, Chirpy. We will say the country is India. And share data announce no. My website is basically going to be this right here. This is my container name. So you remove the HTTPS and everything, or you can name it anything, but I'll just like to name my container the entire website itself. Then it is for web, and then I'll just create it. Now this is in English, so you have to come back here and you don't have to actually select this. Okay, this is for EU thing, and since I don't understand GDPR anyways, I'm not going to, accept it anyways. So I'll just click on yes. And then this will give me my tag. Okay, and this will then provide me this particular code. All right. So for this to work, now technically you can just copy this. You can go inside your main layout. So in the pages one, it was always underscore app.jsx. Now here it will be the main layout. Okay. And then somewhere right here, you can just paste it. You can remove this. You can remove this like this. And then you can just simply copy this entire thing. Whatever the script is, just copy this entire thing. I think you can just call it like script. And then you have to provide the ID, and this can be GTM ID, GTM container. And then it can also have what happens on load or something, but what we need is a strategy, and that could be lazy load. Lazy on load, not lazy load. And then we will set up something called dangerously set something HTML. This has an object. This will have this, then template string, and then paste the entire thing like this. And this is basically our entire setup of script, right? The thing with this is that, yeah, we can actually put it anywhere. And then if I just simply run it, and then if I go to my local host, inspect, remove it, go inside the console, and then enter it, you find that it says it is already there, GTM data layer push and so and so. Now it is auto detecting the data layer inspection and everything is like this. Okay, currently it is in memory. So if you're wondering what this is all about, well, technically this is my extension, which is data layer inspector. All right, and this is a tag assistant companion. Now this thing, I can just make sure that it is manage extension. I can just pause it for now. I can again reload it. no, nothing will happen here. But if I just simply type data layer, you see that I have this, right? Now check this out. Here inside the tags, I have a bunch of, basically I have to do some sort of like a configuration here as well. So for this configuration, I need the analytics. So here I will go to this admin, and I will go to the data stream, and I will create another stream. I will say for web. Cool. Now if I click on this, now here I will again copy the chirpy chirp. Where's the chirpy chirp? Right here. And I will remove this. Okay. My website name, it is requiring. So the stream name is basically whatever this is. I'm just going to do that. Enhanced measurement is required. Why? Because it will be automatically tracking of page views when the user visits the page, scrolling, outbound clicks, bunch of other things. Okay, save it, get the stream, or create the stream. Now you should be copying this measurement ID from here. It says installation instruction. We are not doing this using manually. See, we are using this. So it has different mechanism. We simply copy this measurement ID. We go back here. We create a new tag. And let's call it as GA4 config. And whatever the measurement ID is. Okay, that's my name. Then here I will click on this Google Analytics. And it has Google tag and Google Analytics GA4 events. These are legacy. We don't want to use it. This is Google tag. Let's simply go to Google Analytics, Google tags. Okay. Here we will paste this particular ID. And the best way to place it is, because they have changed certain things. So just click on that button. This will help us choose the variables. Okay. So we'll create a new variable and we will type it as this. And here we will say it's a custom or constant. Then we will supply this. We will call it as measurement ID. All right. We don't need to provide this. It does not matter. We will just save this, and that will be the part of this. Cool. And then there's a bunch of settings that you can actually have. Shared events. What are the events that you want to basically share, right? So for example, Google tag events like parameters you can add, or other user properties you can add. I think user ID goes here, user CRM ID goes here, things like that happens. We're not too keen on that. If I know better, I'll just check it. These are all things that is done by, I think, marketing team. Okay, discard the change, and then you have to just provide when it should trigger. So it should trigger on the initialization of the all pages. There's a consent thing which we are not covering for now. Just save this. This is our configuration tag. Okay, now let's do some sort of like a tagging, which is going to say logo clicked, configuration tag. And what I will do is, there has to be some sort of like a, you know what, let's discard the change. We can go and check to the admin. Here we will have this is fine, this is fine. Right here is fine. So this is measurement ID. Yeah, we will go to the triggers. I'm pretty sure I'm missing something, and here it is a new one. Trigger configuration, we have this click, right? We have this all element click, and then here we can have a built-in variable, measurement ID, or path name. We can also have all clicks. What was I trying to, yeah, in the tag we will say this. Yeah, let's figure out one thing. So logo clicked is just a custom event that I will be doing. So right here we will have Google Analytics. We will have Google Analytics events. This will be measurement ID, the same thing. Event name will be basically whatever the event custom name I will be providing. Okay. Event parameters is something that I will have to provide the parameters. So let's create a new one, built in. Let's name this as name, title. Okay. Whenever we click on the link, let's call it as title. Yeah, something like that. Variable configuration will have a data layer variable, and this can be title. If you're not understanding anything, this is a way to, I'll just try to explain things in a more feasible manner. Okay, and this will be basically title. So now if I have to trigger it, I will trigger it when there's a custom event. The event name is logo clicked, and let's call it as logo clicked. Cool. Now let's just save it. This is my logo clicked. Then I can just submit it. Initial setup, and then just publish it. This is now published. Of course, you don't do just this much. There's a lot of setup that goes, and you leave it to your marketing department, but I'm just basically telling you certain things. Now, once this is submit for funds, then you will click on this preview button, and here you can supply your local host as well. So let's supply the local host, and let's connect it. Now, once we are right here, it says, okay, let me just, the uBlock origin can be removed for now, like stopped. All right, is it not working or what? Yeah, this is installed, pretty sure about it. If I go here, here it is. Now it is working. So as you can see, this is connected now. So now it is started tracking a lot of things. It is tracking like initialization. So when we said key fire particular tag on initialization of the pages, and this tag actually get fired. Okay, now to check whether it is even, like, this is not where you actually get the data. Like I mentioned, we haven't touched anything right here. I'll just show you what this can do, but we are able to, thanks to the enhance setting, this enhancement setting, measurement, we are able to track a bunch of things directly. Okay, scrolling, scroll depth, window loaded, DOM ready, and all of that. So this GTM container is kind of like working. Now this GTM container is actually sending the data, what it is capturing, to this GA4 dashboard. Okay, using that measurement ID. So how can we actually check that? Well, for one, you can also, it says no data received. Let's say if you tag consider instruction, we can remove this. Here's a connector tag, enter the IDs, connect, nickname, and all of that. We don't have to worry about that. For now, Let's click on configuration thing. See, this is my destination, which is this, and this is the chirpy thing, which is actually getting tracked. So if you go here, this is my Google Analytics, and this is my Google Tag Manager. So here I can just configure my domains. I can add a domain. Basically, I will add contains. So let's contain something. I will say this chirpy. Okay, here we go. And all I'm saying is anytime that this entire thing is there, just have it. So finally, I will have to first go to home. I mean, just go to reports, go to the real time, and you will see that one user was there from my location. So I'm currently at Lucknow in India. So this is what it is. All right. And one user is there. I have viewed the page, scroll, user engagement, first visit, and all of that. Now, how do I know that this is only me? Well, for that, you can go to this debug thing. I mean this admin thing. Here you will find debug view. You can just open it. And you can see that this is all it is tracking. Now, check this out. We have created a function called logo clicked, right? Reopen this. We have created a function called logo clicked. So in the page right here, let's do something. Let's say when I click on this particular button, pretty sure it will fail, but let's see. First of all, whether it will even succeed or not. Yeah, it will fail because this is different thing. This is a server component. Right. So there's a problem with server component that it doesn't handle event handlers because that's a part of JavaScript. So fair enough. Let's go to our to our components in our server, in our logo. Let's put it, no, let it be there. Let's in our client component, let's create a client logo. And this is going to be a problem with how to put it. See, most of the sites will have some sort of an analytics that gets triggered with some sort of like a custom action. For our case, it's on click. So function client logo, and here I will simply say return logo. Okay, but I will wrap this logo around link like this, and then I will say href of this. Okay, and I will have to make this entire thing as use client like this. The problem that happened here was कि when I'm going to use this client logo, this will by default it will become, this logo will also become the client part, so this will also get hydrated. That's another problem. So for this, what we can do is we can make it as a child, and then this can be a child and or a prop. Let's go with the prop logo, which will be React node. This can be basically a logo. Okay, then we don't have to import it here, so it will never become a part and parcel of client component, but we can still have this on click, and this on click will have, say, console.log.something, and let's call it as click for now. Let's see whether it is even working or not. So in our marketing page, just below this button, let's also call client logo, and here let's provide the logo. Why did not pick it up? All right, so it will be logo, and now it should be picking it up, and this will be the server logo. Cool. Now let's see, this is my logo and it is connected. Now if I click on inspect in this, there's a problem with the extra attributes from readers. We'll see what this is all about. Extra attribute from the server tag as data tag assistant present at HTML must be something related to that script component. But now when I click on it, it is clicked. So technically speaking, this is working. Now we just have to send that particular event. Now to a very simple way of doing things will be like creating some sort of like in the src, let's create another folder. Again, all of them can be actually solved a lot. I'm just showing you certain things. Let's create a GTM folder inside the lib. Let's create inside the lib a GTM folder, and within that we will have, rather than the folder, we can just delete it permanently. I can have GTM file, and this can be basically send event, and this will take, technically speaking, an event name, which is this string, and then it will take a bunch of properties, which is going to be any, and then here it is. And of course we have to check one thing. We have to check whether the type of, here it is, it's not equal to undefined. Then we have to make sure this right here is const of underscore GA, let's say, and this right here can be wrapped as any, because we are using TypeScript. We'll look into it later. And then this will be basically this. Cool. So, and before this, there has to be one GA dot push function this dot reset. I'm pretty sure we have to do something like this. Otherwise it will keep on giving. Let's see, there was a thing called window dot data layer reset. So now if I come here, there's a reset in data layer logs, get set reset semantics. So you have this, you have this. Let's go with this called reset. Maybe this will work. Okay, there has to be a way of doing things better. Here it is. That's what I was trying to do. Wait a minute, but didn't I just do it like, I did the same thing, right? What happened? Yeah, I did the same thing. Oh, it's again the same TypeScript situation. Okay, so if it is this is basically telling to window.data layer only, so that means this will also work. Cool. So this is my send events. Now I can go to this logo or something, and here I can, rather than clicking, I can say send events, and here then I have to supply the logo clicked, not clicked, which is going to be the event which we have defined right here, logo clicked. If you check this is what we are going to pass, and then we are going to provide a property can be basically title. Now title is, let's say, chirpy. Okay, now you can provide a bunch of properties here, everything will be tracked, but the only value that will be actually tracked is what you have right here inside this logo clicked. If you check here, you're actually tracking a parameter called title, which is getting from here, right? And so that's the entire thing. I'll just give you a glimpse, just a moment. Okay, this is my chirpy. I click on this. What happened? Extra. Let's see what this is all about. Some sort of like a problem with the script. Pretty sure about that. Well, let's see. I'm here. We have to reopen the tag. Oh, that was a different one. So we have to reopen this entire tag. And now when I click here, even though there was an error, we have to fire the logo clicked. Let's go here, click here. What is this error that keeps on happening? Yeah, one more thing. I have never understood the Next.js way of doing this entire error thing, because if I'm getting the webpack, there's no way I can actually do anything anyways. Like, I don't know what webpack does, to be honest. Okay, data. I have to basically search this, only this much. Even though this is a warning, I don't know why it is a problem then. Like, I'm not developing, I'm just initially, for everything you just do a proof of concept quickly, so that in a day or two, so that you can then jump everything is set up, all the things are done, like auth setup is done, analytics setup is done, some sort of like accessibility setup is done. I'll show you that as well, and a bunch of other things, and then you destroy everything, all the, I mean, when I say everything, I mean all this junk of UI. You just simply destroy everything, and then you start building based on the design system and the design that your design team actually provides. So yeah, I'm not worried so in that scenario, I don't see the problem with this. Extra attribute from the server, data tag assistant present. Pretty sure it is all about this layout where I am doing this. Pretty sure about that, because you know what, I have to make this inside, hopefully like this only, hopefully, not sure. Okay, first of all, can I have in my application a GA ID? Let me just clear everything here. Clear clear, clear, hard reload. Do we have anything? No, no. In the cookie, we have this. Okay, so that's number one. We finally have this. And when I'm clicking on this, this is not making sense. One more thing, as you can see, this is a link click, right? So technically speaking, we can actually have better way of using link clicks, all clicks or something like that. You can actually have a lot of things automated, but we are trying to do the custom event here, and I'm not able to understand what this error is all about. Extra attribute from the server. Extra attribute from the server. Let's see. I'm a React template using Next.js, but here's a warning. I don't use style attributes in my template. How can I fix that? After a bit of investigation, I found that the error was coming from the input component in my app, specifically for the input where type password I'm using LastPass, so I tried to turn it off. Running the app again, and that seems to solve the issue. Okay, let me check. If something like this happens, best is to check on the incognito mode. And yeah, some sort of like weird extension error. Yeah. Okay, first of all, what is this error? Right, what is this error? Let me preserve it. I'm pretty sure greset is not a function. Oh, okay. You know what? I have this. So what I'm trying to do is push. Then I'm going to do this. And here I will say this dot reset. Has implicit any because it does not have a type notation. I'm okay with it. Never worked wrong with this, to be honest. Now, when I click on this at the very top here, as you can see, now this logo clicked, which is our event, actually got fired, and tax fired is like logo clicked. And if I click on this, you'll find that if I click on the values, you'll find that logo clicked equals logo clicked. That's why it fired. And the event name is logo clicked, what we supplied. The measurement ID is this, what we have got. And the settings is basically parameter is title and the parameter value is chirpy, right? Now check this out. Okay, check this out. Right here, you can actually see what it is all about. So event is this. This is exactly what we are passing, the entire object. Data layer dot push is a API call, logo clicked, title is chirpy, and then it has its own unique event ID. But here in this debug mode, you will find that we have somewhere user engagement. Okay, this is user engagement. This is not what we want. Come on, let's do it one more time. I'll remove everything from here, and I'll also remove everything from here as well. Now I will click on this. This is my logo. No hits were sent by this container. There's a hit that was sent by this container, which is logo clicked. So here, that logo clicked should be captured is the idea. Come on, get it captured. Let's go to the report. Let's see. In this real-time one, we have 3 users. Here it is, logo clicked. So when you click on this logo clicked, you'll find that in the real time, by the way, you'll find it has a bunch of things. Now you can also go here, and here you'll find this is our custom property. All of these are basically, you know, like page title is all automatically captured. This is basically this page title, which is chirpy. Okay. And if you look here, it is a debug mode, which is going to be true. So it's 1. Then you will basically debug mode is 1 and 0. You can actually pass which is my real users and which is the developers who is tinkering around. And then you have this GS session ID, right? 1700311104. Now, what is this about? So if you go here and you go to application, here it is, right here. Okay, this right here is the session ID. 1044. Okay, then you have GS session number. This is 1. Like, what is the session number of this session ID? And this is a user engagement. No, on the logo clicked itself. What is the engagement time? This is something that so basically your marketing team will understand. Page location, like where's the page location? So it is saying from the local host. So from that onwards, you can understand, okay, this is coming from home page or from where it is coming from. You have the page title, page referrer, like this is a history, like basically what is the page that is actually referring to this. So we have done it from here. So yeah, then ignore referrer is depending on that. And this is our title, which is chirpy, which is what we passed. Now if I pass something else, let's say if I go to client, if I pass something else, let's say page section, you know, header, home. Okay, now you may think this will also be captured, but check this out. Now this is refresh. I can remove this. This is entirely refreshed. I can just remove this. And then check this out. If I click on this, logo is clicked. Now here it captured the page section. Fair enough. Okay, logo clicked is here. It captured the page section. This is what we sent from our code. This is our code. We sent a certain bunch of data to the GTM container, and that is this. It contained title as well as page section, but the data container has to capture it. To capture it, we had set up a tag in the data container, which is logo clicked. This logo clicked has a parameter called title and a parameter value, which is chirpy. Unless and until a title is not set up, which is not set up for our page section, which has to have the same name which we are passing right here. Okay, so this should be the page name, I mean the parameter name. Then that tag will not capture the parameter value. Therefore, if the tag does not capture the parameter value, no matter what happens, you will see that in this logo clicked, it only sent the title to the measurement ID of this. So if I just wait here for a moment and go to this page, I mean this logo clicked, it became 3, right? It was 2, it became 3. Now if I click on it, you will see the title captured 3 times, but you will not see the page section. Okay, so that means whatever you send from here, all these properties of this object has to have a parameter in the Google GTM container. Basically has to have a variable in the GTM container which will act as a parameter for the tags in the GTM container, which will then pass that parameter values to the GA4 so that it can capture. Let me rewind it. This is my page section property, which I want to send for the value of header home. So here's what I have to do. I have to go back to my tag container. I can just close it for now, stop debugging. I have to go back to this container. Okay. Now, the first step is I can copy this, go back in the variable. Now I'm going to, whatever I did very quickly, I'll just explain it so that we can move on. I'll go to the variables. I will create a new user defined variables and I can name it anything. Whatever you can name this anything, does not matter. But here it is what will matter. You will click on it and you will go down to this thing called data layer variable. This is a data layer because as you can see, this is a data layer. So data layer variable, which is coming from any of the properties is structuring, which is title and all of that, the name has to be exactly same. So if this is in camel case or underscore or snake case, whatever, you have to be ditto copying the entire thing. Okay. And you will paste it. This can be anything. So just to prove it, I can just have it as page section, page section. Okay. Just to prove it. This cannot be anything. This has to be the same thing which you are passing right here. Our goal is so that the header home value gets captured in the analytics dashboard when the logo click happens. Okay. So we will define the data layer variable and this can be anything. For the simplicity, we actually do it the same thing because this hurts. But yeah, let me just show you anything. Once we save this, now the variable is safe and this variable will have the value which is coming from the data layer of the page, which is inside the page section. Okay. But we have to capture this. We have to supply this particular data layer variable. We have to pass it inside the tags. So we will go to inside the tags and yeah. So here in the tags, either we create a new tag or since we want to pass this here, so we will come here and in the event parameters right here, we will add another parameter and here we will have to have the page section. This is a variable. Now what happened? Well, at this step, you passed, the moment you created a variable, you successfully made sure that whatever is being the property value here gets captured inside the variable in the GTM container. Now the step is to pass that variable value in the GA4. So for that, what you are doing is you are saying this is the value. Basically, this is the value that the variable is capturing. And now this can be anything. Again, this can be anything. And that is going to be captured. So for this, I will say it like this. This is a, what is this? Camel case. Okay. Now I will save this. Right. Once I have saved this, I can just simply submit it. Again, you don't submit it directly. You first preview it, but I'm just going to submit it. Final understanding. Okay. Not like I'm going to do the entire thing, but I just wanted to set it up like this. And once we submitted it, now I can just go back to preview mode, connect it again. Now check it out. What will happen? All of this is only like, see, page view is like multiple times because I keep on refreshing, but logo clicked is right now 3. So let's check what will happen if I press it on here. When I do that, logo is clicked right here. This is my GA4 property, I mean analytics, and this time it is sending the page section as well. Now here logo is clicked now 4 times. Now when I click on it, I will see that title is here, but there's also page section. And this variable naming is exactly what we defined ourselves, and this is our value header home. Okay, so from here we sent our value here. So that's the hopping mechanism. All right, so this is also done. Just a thing, there's a lot of error that is going on. So what I will do is I will utilize this package called third parties, which is something that NextJS came up with. NextJS and Google team came up with. So just to be sure, here I will say NextJS third party script, script optimization, app router, and you know what? The day this becomes stable, worker one, NextJS will win. Okay, anyways, what I'm trying to say is this doesn't work right now, the party town and all of that. And yeah, it's a hectic thing. So optimization, where is this? There was this now, third parties, NextJS. Here it is, this one. So we are installing this, and this is what we want to do. Let's import this. I'm pretty sure their documentation is not up to date, so we will fail. Let's import this like this. And then all we have to do is replace it like so. And we don't want any of this. We don't also want any of this. This entire thing can go. This will be GTM ID and this will be it. So that's all we need. Let's see where we have to place it after the body. So right here, and then okay, we can place it like this. And then what we have to do is we don't need this anymore, so we can just completely permanently delete it here. Rather than giving it like this, we can have things like send GTM event, which is going to come from third parties Google itself. And let's see, this is going to be event. Oh, okay, so here we will have this, and this will be event. Pretty sure this is how it works. Let's see. Sending events on click. See, every time we have to do this, we have to make it as client component. So that's one of the difficulties in any sort of like a client, any sort of like real world application where clients will force you to put analytics everywhere. Okay, here we are. Now, if everything goes well, everything should work exactly how it is working right now. What the hell? No, yaar, I don't want that. Okay, let's go back. Let's go here. Let's go to tag configuration. The entire thing went to chirp. Let's refresh. I will make sure this is like so. Pretty sure it did not work, but let's click on this. Yeah, now it connected. So let's click on it, and logo is clicked. Here we are sending that everything is fine. Now this should be approximately 5 It became 5. Now we can just check. There's a title which is chirpy, and there's a page section somewhere. Pretty sure there was a page section right here, which is header home. Cool. Everything is working just fine. This is also working fine. This is also working fine. We can just inspect one thing. Is there any problem? Warning, extra attributes from the server is coming up here. So this is not the problem of like if I go to this 32, yeah, this is not the problem of this. If I put it like this, again the same thing. If I put it like this, yeah, again the same thing. Some script, something is actually getting yeah, some sort of like an extension is ruining the entire thing. But for now I'll just do it like this, and we'll try to do it in this local host. And there's nothing here. Click here, nothing. So this is good to go. Cool. Okay, let me just close everything here, and we can then say get a status. One more thing, we just before we commit, we don't have to hide it because it will anyway go to the browser, and all the security thing is actually done using that the domain where you want to capture the thing, right? Okay, let's go with the status. Let's go with the add. Let's go with the Google tag manager configuration done. Cool. And let's push this to origin main. So now we are done with this readme. We are done with this. Oh god, if I just go to codedusting here, if I go for now I can just close this. I'll come back to it later eventually. Yeah, I forgot it, but we're pretty much good to go. All right, so now that is, since this is done, I can close this, close, like it is done here as well. So now we can just refresh it. This will be here, logo, and refresh it. This will be logo. Cool. Now let's go with the PlanetScale. PlanetScale, if I go to my dashboard, you have to create your own account and do something with this. Like it requires a card, sure enough. Yeah, it does require a card. No doubt on that. So just provide it. I don't think it will be much of an issue. Now, to start PlanetScale, I will do Drizzle, because Drizzle is what drives the makes the PlanetScale working with PlanetScale good. I'll show you what. We can have one database in the free version. Let's create a new database, and this database will be general DB. Okay, why general DB? Because this is one database in the free version for all our test purposes that we can actually utilize thanks to Drizzle's table filter for every one of our situation. And this will be Mumbai for me. I will do with the hobby, which is only free. And then here it says auto scaling, add a new card and something. So please add a credit card or debit card for this organization in order to prevent fraud and all of that. Okay, fair enough. I think I just created my account, or what? Pretty sure I had this account, right? Yeah. Let's see. Oh, Why do I have to do this again? Oh well. So basically, let's do that. Journal DB, okay, or let's call it this courses DB. I will go with the hobby. I will go with Mumbai because that's my closest. You can go with anything, and then I will say click. Don't send me this. Add a new card, and for this I'll add my own card. So I will just remove all the data points for now, and I come back. By the way, this stream is still ongoing. I'm just taking a little bit break because this card situation is not working for some reason. Like it activated, but it then said it's not accepted. Um, I will have to connect with my bank for this, but let's see whether it will work or not. A lot of foreign companies or a lot of companies outside India do not understand that credit card is not at all, how to put it, normal for majority of the people around the world, especially if you are targeting India, is just not normal at all. And so maybe that's one of the way that they can actually avoid the free tier overload. Because yeah, this is too much of a burden. Debit card is not actually something that, and especially Rupee card is what 90% of the people actually have. Visa card is not that most people have anyways. It says you must add a credit card to your account. Don't have that. That's one of the error that keeps on popping up. Let's see if I am doing this. Okay, so I'm doing the wrong thing. Let's see. Okay, cool, cool. All right, so just to showcase what happened. Um, Basically I created this database name which is courses underscore DB. I've selected the Mumbai, and then this is hobby so that it is free. Then I added my card and I added Kotak Mahindra Bank's Visa card. So there's a thing that actually gave me the when I first joined my company and basically gave me whatever the Visa card it is. It is a debit card which I just simply added and it kind of like worked. What it does is that it sends a USD zero USD transaction for I don't know how they manage it, but they show from our end only $0 will go. So there's that, but that activates recurrent limit if you are using credit card or debit card, kind of like auto recurrent debiting up to maximum of 100 USD dollars. So USD, right? Which is to say that auto pay facility. So I just give you one of the message that came up. Dear customer, auto pay facility has been successfully activated on your Kotak Mahindra bank card, whatever the name for PlanetScale from 18, which is today, 11/11/2023, an initial amount of $0 $0 sorry for that, $0 has been debited from your account. PlanetScale can initiate subsequent transaction for the max amount of up to USD 100, which is $100. Okay, and you will receive notification with the transaction amount prior to any subsequent debits initiated by the PlanetScale. Manage or cancel your autopay facility with the ID of something, in particular manage Kotak Mahindra Bank, which is just one hub as far as it is concerned. So I will have to bookmark this, technically speaking. The same goes with whatever the Axis Bank one is activated. So yeah, and then I can just look into it later, because we don't want it to be, like costly. And it says your hobby plan has a limit of 5 GB. Storage includes a replicas usage. Binary logs files are not counted against storage limits, and this is free. So let's just create the database, and I'll just close the screen one more time just in case there's any sort of secret. Don't know, but yeah. All right, so let me just bring it back. You see it has select your language of framework. We are using Drizzle. Okay, not Prisma, but Drizzle. And this is my create a password for security. Each database password can be connected to one branch. Password name, and each, so I can actually give whatever the name I can give. So I'll just do that. Now, if you're not looking into, so I'll just tell you, the moment I gave alphanumeric character without any underscore or anything and click on create the password, it gave me a username which I have to copy and a password which I have to copy. So what I will do is I will just copy it inside my notepad just in case, and we'll store it somewhere. Okay, so I will copy the username and I will copy the password for now. And then it says configure your Drizzle application, which is Drizzle. Let me just check it out. Yeah, and then it actually provides me .env configuration as well. So I will just go and copy that part as well for now. And okay, so just to show you what it is happening here, once I have copied all the password and everything, so Drizzle is a TypeScript ORM for PlanetScale database. To connect to the PlanetScale from application using HTTP instead of the MySQL binary protocol, you can use PlanetScale database library. This library allows you to use PlanetScale in constrained environments such as cloud workers, virtual edge function, and all of that. So this is my optimized one. This is a direct one, so I will just go with the optimized one. I don't see this changing any at all, so I don't think it is like bad. So let me just copy this thing, go back, add it like this, and I don't need this. Now below this there's my env file with all my secrets and passwords, so I will be again pausing it, I mean removing the screen. But trust me, you will, below that line, command line thing, you will get credentials that you have to add in your .env file, as well as you will have to add that. It's better if you add it to your Virtual deployment as well. So go to the Virtual deployment in the project, and in the settings, in the environment variables, you simply add those keys there as well. I'll just show you this way. This is much better. See, database host, database username, database password. You simply have to add it, which it provides you right there. Okay, now what is the next step as per this is, then it gives me this code, which I'll just copy this, and then I can click on go to over my review thing, and I just can open it. Okay, this is basically, I just went from there to here. Okay, Now if I click on this, I will see that I have a technically inside this lib I can have drizzle or db.ts, and I can just simply paste this. Now this is my entire process.env process.this. So I don't need this for most part because this is Next.js, and yeah, this is what it is all about. I cannot have next public, that's another thing, so there's that, but hopefully this will work. This has to be on the public end, and this is my connection, which is connection. Now just to check, now at this part I will have a branch, there's a main branch, and then technically speaking, this is one of the things that is quite cool with this. So I'll just help me, just wait for it. I don't know where the secret can leak, so I'll just come back again, pausing the screen. We'll go to documentation. We will go to the ORM. What we have installed is Drizzle ORM. Okay. Postgres. All right, so in this orm.drizzle.team, there's a Drizzle Studio of overview where I am in Drizzle Studio as well. So before that, I had already installed this nadd of Drizzle ORM and @PlanetScale database, which is an adapter for that. So now we simply have to do this. I'll do that as well. And this is for the Drizzle kit. Now prepare your database is schema. This is basically the schema, and so technically if I have to go here, I think the best way to actually configure this is going to be inside the lib. I'll just create a db folder, and within that I'll just drag this here. Here I will also have a schema.ts, and then let's copy this entire thing and paste it here. Okay. There's a Drizzle configuration file as well, which I don't think we have right now. No, we don't. Will you complete this by today itself? I guess you're streaming from quite a lot of time. I don't think so, because see, this is unedited. So this is just showing how each and everything is actually done. So anytime you start any project, Cyan, most likely for at least, unless you know exactly, there's a like well-structured documentation, everything is already there. What you basically do is you actually set up things for at least 8 hours. So you basically work for 8 hours in a day. So the first day always goes into setting up all the things and just making sure that the proof of concepts kind of like work. So for example, Tailwind is working fine or not, ShareCN is working fine or not, Auth0 is working fine or not, whether you're getting the user data or not. This is what we are doing right now. And Google Analytics is working fine or not, whether the entire thing is, you know, passing things along or not. And now PlanetScale is working fine or not. If not PlanetScale, then some backend API is working fine or not. So you do this for at least one day in things like that. And then basically what happens is, okay, now that I have done this, all the basic setup is done, TypeScript, the entire project is done, all the initial setup is done. Now I can just start building things without worrying about in between installation of things that I might need. Now, yes, there will be here and there things like certain React equivalent libraries, but you won't be stuck with this major kind of like installation and things like that. So today I'm just trying to do these things, like trying to just simply make sure that everything is like up and ready. And maybe tomorrow, if I have time, I'll just start building the entire thing up. But there's still few things left. This is a Drizzle ORM and PlanetScale thing which we are trying to just set it up. And there's, apart from that, there's only reg setup is left, and then is speaker setup. So these two are kind of like left for me for today. The problem is, if you have worked with TRPC, right, that's the best way to actually set up things. Now I don't know if I have worked with it. So also I have been actually doing something like next starter. So again, just to this entire thing, by the way, can actually be completely removed if you have something like NextJS starter code dusting. So this is one of the things that I'm actually looking into for all my projects, because I know what exactly I do every time. And this is basically just a bunch of the setups that we are doing right now. It is done automatically, and then in the future all I have to do is point towards this particular starter and everything will be done instantly. So yeah, that's what it is all about. There has to be okay, Drizzle. So there's a Drizzle config.ts file, then there's a studio. Okay, let me check how this entire thing actually works. There's a ORM situation. ORM, I understand. How should I set it up? Most fundamental design principle is to provide an opt solution interference and blah blah blah. CLI companion. Also, as you can see, Sayan, I have no idea exactly, like this is most of the tools here I'm using is for, I mean, Drizzle is something that I'm using for the first time. Also PlanetScale as well. Google Tag Manager I have used. NextJS I have been using, but the app router situation is something that I understand, but the build-up of the project, there's a lot of caching issues that happen, so we might be facing that as well. And there will be a tug of war between, okay, the client needs the analytics events to be sent, but we cannot have event handlers on the server components. So what should we do? So yeah, and there's that. In the quick start, it says add these two. Okay, then let's declare a schema. Inside the src we have a schema. Fair enough. Oh, I understand this, but is this configuration file? Okay. Okay, let's start with this. We'll do this Drizzle config thing. For now, just save it. we are Drizzle config.ts will do this thing, but the schema files path, I will be following the example 2 where I will have a schema. So in this, inside the lib I will have db, and within that I will have schema, and within this I will have a bunch of schemas like user and all of that, and each of those will have this. Okay, so let me just copy this entire thing. This shall work. So here, if I just make it like this, inside the src I will have some folders, okay, and then a schema. So inside this src I will have lib, inside that I will have db, inside that I will have a schema, inside that I have some folder, and then schema.ts. So basically if I have user, then I will have user, and within that I will have schema.ts, and whatever the handlers and all of that is something that I'm thinking inside of it. Okay, and the out seems to me fine. Delete files manually. You know what, one thing that we can do is we can take help from trpc NextJS. So let's see, trpc NextJS, we will have so in the quick start, do we have installation? Not this. Three, what is this? Create three, yeah, this one. They have the best setup, so let's just install it using this. I can have inside the I can have a temporary file temp, and then go inside that. I will just do this, and let's see. Temp TypeScript, yes. Okay, wait a minute. Would you like to use trpc? I'm pretty sure it will say no, you cannot do that. So let's just try it. T, yes, no. Okay, it did not say that, none. We are going with the Drizzle. App router, yes. Should you not get repository and states a change? Yes. Yeah, this works. Let's see what happens. We are not using TypeScript, so that's one. I mean, we are not using trpc, so that's one. I don't know whether it will obey that because it is still t3. So cd inside this, and let's open that. Technically speaking, this is my entire blah blah blah, so we can utilize this as well. I'll be sure to do that, but let's see. So here they have this configuration file. Okay, cool. And they have the table filters, which is _t, is a part and parcel of the project. So let's just copy this entire thing like this. Now this envmg is not something that we have, so we'll see what this is all about. This is just a TypeScript. Okay, this is over usage of TypeScript for no reason. so we don't need it. We can just let it be like this, and this can be process.env, and we'll make sure that this is always supplied. Yeah, we'll look into that as well. uh it has Zod, which is good. And then we have table filter. So for us, the table filter is not going to be this. This is going to be chirpy. Now let's go inside. src server db, and then we have schema ts. This is my SQL. This is my MySQL core, and this is the table filter. So let's start copying this one by one. We will have, you can remove this. Within that we can have a server, and within that we can have db, right? And within that db we can have a schema, and then I can just do SQL. This works fine. Then this is my this is where we actually make the change. This is going to be chirpy. Cool. And then we have MySQL table and all of that, which is in. So let's just do it for now. We'll look into it later. Okay. Then we have index, and in index we have this. So let's copy this. We'll see what this is all about. We will have index, and within that index we have Drizzle connect, and so we have this. We have new client. The client is coming from database something. Okay, this much is much better. And we will have from schema, which is this, and this will be again process.env. This, and this is my Drizzle configuration. Where's the, so what's the point of this configuration then? I think they have changed few things. We'll have to see, because it is not, this is my database URL, which is a string, which is a URL, which is then refined as a string, which does not string does not include MySQL URL here. So we are saying ki just forget it. So technically speaking, what is this refinement? This is a Zod function. So it does work. Like nobody's stopping us to not do this, to be honest, but we don't have this. All right, so this is it. Anything else in this entire thing? Not required, not required. So basically, the T3 app has a lot of more TypeScript related things which I don't want anyways. So there's that. I don't like too much TypeScript. I just like helpful TypeScript. Uh, cool. Then, technically speaking, what did I actually choose? Did I choose PlanetScale or not? Cool. Good to go. Is there anything else that we need? Alright, I'll just copy this entire thing and I'll make sure that my particular env is exactly same. The idea is that let me just go to my env file, and for that I'll just remove this for now. In the env file I'll make it like this. Okay, my SQL URL here, which is, okay, let's see, do I have anything? Okay, you can just make it like this. Okay. Okay, let me just check this entire thing. There's a lot of things that we are missing perhaps. So we have Drizzle kit. We don't have .env CLI. We don't have MySQL. So we don't have MySQL 2 adapter. We don't have .env CLI. What else? We have this. We don't have. We have Tailwind merge. Okay. Nothing of Tailwind should be in dependency, so I'll just look into that as well. Then we have we don't have Zord, which is going to be required eventually in our forms. Okay, we have Drizzle ORM. We have Drizzle ORM. Where it is? Yeah. We also have PlanetScale database. Drizzle kit. Cool. So these are the two things that we do. I mean, 5 things that we don't have. So we'll look into each of them. Yeah, so technically these two we don't have. We will require them in Sharpie, and I'll show you why. So let it just happen first. I'm basically going back and forth with the T3 scenario and just putting it up here. So there's that. In the schema, I'll just, for now, I'll just make sure that everything is like, you know, just give me everything. I don't truly care for now, as long as it works. Okay, from PG core. No, not from PG core. Want it from MySQL 2. And the same happens here as well. I want it from MySQL core. Okay, so yeah, there's that. I think it is all coming from right here, and I can just remove it. Yeah, so where's the MySQL is actually coming, which is right here. Okay, one more thing, in the environment file I have removed that database host name and everything, and I have replaced it with database URL, which is of this type. So it has a MySQL : / then whatever the name was, my username, you replace this entire thing with username, then you put a colon, and then you replace this entire thing with password, then at the rate, entire thing with database host, the DB host, and then this is basically what we created. For us, we created courses DB, which is general database. This is what it is. So this is what I have put there with proper credentials, and this is what I have also put in the Vercel. I'll be putting it in the Vercel. So this is my Drizzle configuration. TypeScript can actually be done like this. This is my schema, and this is my MySQL table. So basically it's a table creator. This is what helps in PlanetScale. So we have only one database, but based on that, what we can do is we can separate out we can filter out this particular project's tables, right? So it will be chirpy underscore whatever the post. Now if you have different database different project, then that could be like different project underscore posts. So that way you can actually differentiate this entire thing. So that's what it is all about. And this is just initial thing that was present in the T3 app. I have just copy pasted it, nothing else. And yeah, and this is my database URL, and this is coming from client and everything, and this is going to be this. Apart from that, what I have done is in this package itself, I have added two more. Basically, I have copied the two more commands from db push and db and database studio with .env and Drizzle kit push Drizzle kit studio. Okay, and this is why I have added .env CLI and MySQL 2. Apart from that, I will do one more thing, which is to say anything that is related to Tailwind, which is these two, which is not required in the end result itself. So these two is there, these two are there, and these. So I'll just put it from there to right here in the dev dependency. And if you'll see, I have this MySQL as here as well. And then I'll just say install it again, so that everything is like where it should be. And yeah, so at this point I should be following this. Let's see whether it works or not. So ndb push, no changes detected. It says something, no config path provided. Okay, I am saying I'm going to provide you the srcs config path is there, right? This is also chirpy. Okay, let's see what it is actually printing. Now, for me to actually check this, whether it is working fine or not, I will have to again close this because it's a secret. URL has to be a secret. So that is true. PlanetScale, where's the PlanetScale? Okay, I think I closed down the planetscale.com. Let's go back to my dashboard. I have courses underscore db. There's nothing here. Okay, for some reason it is working fine. The error is transform const something. I will not support it. I'll just close this. Okay, so I have to close this entire thing. So chirpy goes again, and I'll add few more things. Just not here. I can add it in the readme itself. I can say this is also required, upstash rate limiter. Okay, we'll look into that. So also Zod. Yeah, Zod I can just install right now. Okay. So, I mean, why is it like having, let's check it out. So I am saying that this is studio. Let's open the studio. Let's see whether that will work or not. Okay, it is telling me the error. So in the schema inside the location schema, line number 6, export const posts. Namespace suggestion nodes. Transforming const to configure target environment ES5 is not supported yet. Okay. So okay. So if I have the T, what exactly is the here? Okay. Okay, so that's the problem. There's a fundamental problem with this target. How about I do the target of ES20? Not, this is too soon. 2018. Will anything else break? I think everything else should be the same, right? Isolated modules. Module is ES next, right? Interop and isolation. The bundler should be there. Yeah, preserve, JSX preserve name plugins is name next. Let's check this out again. Okay, this is like done, I believe. One table is there, and this is it. Chirpy post. By the way, I tried to do so many things, like not leak the secrets, not do anything, but this stupid thing just printed everything because I have printed it right here. Wow. Anyways, so technically speaking, I have to just go back and destroy this entire thing and come back and, like do the entire thing. Let's go and do that. Delete the database, come back and do all the database thing again, and passwords and everything. Basically, I have to do everything again. Fair enough. But I think this is set up, and then basically let me just push it. Check it out. So if I just copy, they have changed few things for sure. If I push it like this, this is my chirpy, and this is good because I can actually add the records right here, right? Which is good for testing purpose, where you have to have some sort of like a record so that everything can be tested. This is quite good. Okay, so at this point, I think I will be making this go for now. I'll just secure my entire database by deleting everything, and then I'll come back one more time. This is such an stupid mistake. In live session leaking of, I need to, come up with a solution. Like, how can I actually not leak this entire thing for some reason is something that I need to understand. Okay, to do. To-do. To-do, 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 to-do. To-do. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, at this point, what I will do is I will delete these Versal database username, database host, database password as well, and just copy paste this whole thing and save it. So technically I have to just remove this, make sure there's no console log anywhere. This is good to go, this is good to go, this is good to go, this is good to go. So let me just get back. So here it is. We have changed everything, by the way. So there we have it. If I go and check it out, this is my new database URL which I just did, and here there's again 0 tables because new database. Let me just push this to one more time, and this time you didn't see that, right? Thankfully. And now if I have to simply go back and come back to this, here we are. Okay, now one thing that I will like to do is save migration not enabled. So let's quickly enable it to save migration, and this will mean that our main branch, basically in PlanetScale, this is good. PlanetScale, you can have Git like branches like main and development for your databases. So unless and until you are sure on the development branch, you don't push or commit or raise a PR for the main branch. So now we will, once this is like production branches save migration enabled, then we have to create a new branch, and we will create it using the base branch as main, and we will call it as develop. Okay, create a branch. Let me just close it again. I don't know whether this will have a different password or what. So right now it is branch initializing. Now, once I have a new branch, there's no, right now there's no leakage of secret. Once I have the new branch, which is this develop, right? Then I can click on this connect and it will give me my username, and I mean this branch's username and password. So that is something that now we have to put into our database URL rather than the main branch. Okay, so that from here we can have things like I'll just show you that. So for now I'll just stop it for now. I'll copy paste the password from here. So it will ask me to create a new password. I'll just create a new password, and the host remains the same. I think this is the same for every single person, so there's that. but in the env variable I will have my username is different and my password is different. Okay, like this. And what I will do is, initially I will say database dev URL while I'm developing this entire thing. Now there are multiple ways we can actually do this, but for now I will simply dev URL. I'll just paste it like that, and I'll also go inside my environment variables, and I'll also in Vercel, and I'll also paste this dev URL because that's what we are going to be working with. Okay, technically speaking, in Vercel you can also have production preview and development, and there are as well, but for now I'll just do this so that we can go with this. All right, so rather than having this database URL, we will have database dev URL. Okay, and then I will go to my schema. Everything will be the same. In this index I will also have database dev URL. Okay, now if I go inside my, here I have put both of them, but we can later, I'll just show you how you can actually separate things out. But for now, if I have this as, this is a main, and then as you can see, this is the develop. You cannot have this change now directly. You have to have this changed. If I click on this, there's no changes. It says show only changes or all tables. So as you can see, it has these tables, right? Now let's go and check something out. So for example, let's copy this entire thing, and rather than posts, let's call it users. Let's call it user, and let everything be the same because we don't care about it for now. And this will be our development branch. Okay, then we will push it again. I think there's a problem. There's a users, we have this name and everything. We have this. Let's see the problem. Courses, DB primary, RPC error code, invalid argument, incorrect table definition. There can only be one auto column and it must be defined as a key. Okay. Okay. Let me just close this one more time. I want to see something. Have to remove this file first and this as well. Okay, it does says that alter table char post drop primary key. But I'm not trying to drop any primary key now. Okay, I think there has to be a migrate command because that's what is missing. Let's see. Drizzle migrate migrations. You have this, then config. You have all of these. Fair enough. Let me just check what this is all about. This should not happen in PlanetScale because PlanetScale Drizzle, it was so easy last time. So this is a new error. Okay, so there's some sort of like a problem which happened in October. See, this is how normal development works. God, it never works fully. For some reason we have like version, what is the version of ours? So if I go my package JSON, what's my version here? So it's 29. Drizzle kit is 20. So for some reason I don't think this is so if I go and check this out, okay, changes only. Okay, so it kind of like created things here, but for some reason it just failed there. Yeah, I think what I can actually do, let's see why this is happening and then we'll look into it. Let me also put it here. It's still happening even now in the latest version. Cool. So we'll see what we can do later, but for now, as you can see, maybe it's just an error of, I don't know. I mean, it still created everything that we wanted, so there we go. Anyways, so here's what we want to see. The develop branch, right, where all the changes will happen during the development, will be completely separate from the main branch. And then let's say there are a bunch of backend developers, and then basically what will happen is you will raise a deploy request. Just like in the Git, you raise a PR request. That's what you are going to do. Of course, you will pull a bunch of things here, but you will create a deploy request. And once that deploy request is created, as you can see right here, this, if you're not an admin, this is not onto your control, but if you are an admin, you will deploy the changes, and then it will deploy the changes, staging schema changes. It will apply it to the main, basically, to which you can actually deploy. Now this is a free plan, so that's why we have only main and development, I believe. So maybe in the paid plan they have multiple branches, maybe, I don't know, like GitHub happens, but yeah. So also you can also revert the changes, and in 30 seconds, I mean 30 minutes, which is enough. If you have effed up something in production, you will understand it pretty quickly, to be honest. And then you will have the basically you can see what happened, who did it, and everything is right here. Then in the branches, you will see that in the main, now we have 2 of them, and this is the size, by the way, and here as well you have 2 of them. There's no changes now. So this is the PlanetScale Drizzle setup that we have completed, hopefully. whatever this error is, I believe that the people here will fix, or if I can figure it out by tomorrow, I'll just explain it, but most likely it is not going to be the case. Okay, so at this point, what I will do is I will say status, and just one more thing. At this point, I will, what happened? Is it here? Is it here? Is it here? Back to branches. Okay, now we can actually delete the branch or everything if you want, but let's see, we have to actually delete this entire thing. We can look into it. Let's see what we can do. Delete PlanetScale tables. Pretty sure you can actually, yeah, CLI command, no, this. I'm pretty sure they provide somewhere the console, everything. Don't they provide things like though they don't seem to in the console. Let's connect to this. Hopefully from select, the real thing is show tables. There we go. Now I will say drop table. Sure. I know a lot of I know a lot of SQL, to be honest, because I was a PHP developer. That was a nightmare of 18 months where I worked with Moodle, which was horrible framework, but here we are. That's why I shifted to front end, because it has less risk involved. Because have you ever got a call from a client 3 days before production deployment that, sorry, I deleted the entire database, can you help me here? No, because you just deleted the entire goddamn thing which I took a month and a half to build. Damn it. And by the way, I was a junior, so I did not know back then that you actually have regular database backup happening, which is something that I just completely panicked until my senior came and he was like, relax, there's a database backup just of yesterday. So thankfully that worked, but this is the level of risk that happens because of all forms of stupidity in the backend, which I don't want to deal with. Not to mention, if you're working on anything that is payment related, good luck to you. Why is it like drop the table, right? Okay, now show me the tables. Cool, there's nothing here. So what I will do now is I will go to the branches in the develop. I will have the changes. I will do okay. No thanks, I won't be reverting it. That's good. And now I can go to branches. I can go to this. I can create a deployment. This is deploy request is not deployable. The changes in the branch cannot be safely deployed to production. Please fix the errors and then apply the empty schema to a non-empty database. Okay, but I want everything to be, destroyed. Okay, no problem. So maybe I can just simply go to branches in this console. Okay, I cannot connect it. Okay. Okay, I will do that. Save Now, of course, this is bad. You shouldn't do it, but I want to do certain things here, which is to say, I want to drop table chirpy post data development supported on production branches, development branches to make. Dude, what the hell? You know what? Disable this for now, and let me check. Previous deployment. Yeah, this is done. Refresh that. Let me check whether it will happen or not. I have removed the save one. Oh. Refusing blah 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 blah. PlanetScale. Okay, this is like at PlanetScale, our mission is to create a more scalable developer-friendly database. We don't want dropping tables is never fun, but we wanted to make process as stress-free as possible. Okay, the best way would have been just let me just run the console and be done with it. It's going to be built in dashboard feature. Check if tables are truly deploy request, and once you have the enable table with insights. We have a lot of things here, but I simply want, to be honest, query latency is this, queries is this, role IDs is this, none, which is good. Good. In this develop branch, we have. See, I simply want to have whatever I'm doing here to be pushed there. Changes cannot be safely deployed to production. Please fix the errors. This refusing to apply an empty schema to non-empty database. PlanetScale. Okay. Let's go to Twitter. The best place. I don't understand how to make my main branch table empty again in PlanetScale. Pretty sure we'll get some response. Getting the error. And there you go. Cool. So basically I'll just look into it later, but most likely this is done. So now I can just simply add it, status it, commit it, which is added PlanetScale MySQL to Drizzle as setup. Drizzle and Zod. This is good to go. We can just push it to main. Okay. So at this point, everything is like done. The only thing that is left, to be honest, if I go to my README, this is done. Now let's set up the upstash Reg and speaker. For now, what I will do is I will take some break. So I'm been streaming, and then we'll just set up these three and we will be done for today. Give me some time. So for instance, break 15-20 minutes, and this is like this. I'll just paste it here. I'll make this. We'll see you in a 15-20 minutes by 8:15 or something. Hello. Yeah, so let's continue. I think this much is enough. We only have few things to actually install, and that will be it. Basically, upstash redis, reg, and perhaps some sort of like a speaker setup. So let's start with the upstash. Upstash. Well, upstash is something that you would like to have in your API points so that there's a rate limiter. So for example, if somebody is a bot and tries to do multiple calls of your API, so they can actually do maybe thousands and lakhs or millions of calls within. बंद कर दो ना. So now this is like let's start with this. So this is a rate limit, August 31st. It is the only connectionless HTTP based rate limiting library and design for serverless function, Versal, Cloudflare, Versal Edge, and all of that, NextJS and things like that. Before a little bit like quick start, we can do this. Then we have to basically we have to create a database on this, and then this is basically our rate limiter. So technically, let me see, do we need it? It's going to be such a small, yeah, if it has to be production grades, and then you have to actually install it. This kind of like will make any project which is like front facing to a lot of users tolerant of the amount of requests that can actually happen within few minutes. For example, if you check this out, it says allow 10 requests per 10 seconds. Okay, so if somebody tries to actually have a kind of like automatic request cycle to DDoS this entire API request or something like that or site, it won't be possible because your rate limiter will simply block it. Okay, and then once you define this rate limit using all these things, you have this basically limit this identifier. So limit all requests with a single rate limit, or use the user ID, API key, or IP address for individual limits. Okay, so this is how you will do it. If it is not a success, you will simply return this entire thing, and then you do some sort of like a calculation. So sorry. All right, so here's what we are going to do. We are just going to first of all install these two packages. In one go, it never actually works. Okay, this and this. Okay, to make this work, you actually have to have a upstash account, which is console.upstash.com. Simply, I will sign it up with GitHub. And here it is. Now at this point, we have to basically create one database. We can name it as chirpy. Region, well, my region is not here, so I'll just make sure this is Oregon for now. Option encrypts the data. We won't be doing this for now. We'll just create it. We can also have kind of like global as well. Now this is my copy thing, right? Default and everything. I can just copy this and this is my endpoint which I have to copy. So technically if I go here, you'll find that we simply have to make sure that these two are actually pasted in our env file. So if I go to node, see, new Redis, and this is coming from .env, so this will be able to take care of that as well. Okay, this is what we have to actually copy this. I'll put it like this. I'll make sure that I am inside my env file. I'll simply paste it. Now at this point I can close this env and then let's see, we have this as our rate limit. So let me come back. I will have this in, so technically speaking, this rate limiter has to, basically this is the Redis REST API and all of that. I might be able to just remove everything and we'll reset everything, reset the password, and random password, and delete the database and things like that. I'll do it afterwards, but for now this is it. And then what we can do is, inside this lib we can have a upstash.ts and we can just do it like this. Now let's import this. It's already done, right? So okay, this is my CLS. I'll import these two at the very top, and I can remove this, I can remove this. Cool. So this is my rate limit, and I can then simply export it. I don't need all of this. Basically what I'm saying is 3 requests per 1 minute. Okay, that much less. And then technically speaking, anytime I'm making some sort of like an API route, so for example within this app, if I have a folder called API, I already have this folder. So let's say within that I have a folder called users and within that I have a folder called route.ts. Then I will simply have export const get export function get. Okay, this will give me request of request, and this is going to be the response, like so. We can use the normal web standard as well, or we can use the next enhanced version of it, which is .json, and here I can say message rate limit testing. Okay. Sorry, And this, let's assume there's a lot of computation here, right? Lot of heavy computation. Let's see whether it works or not. Now if I open my Postman, I have to run this first. If I open my Postman, right, I can say new HTTP request, and here it's a guest one, so HTTP localhost this, and from there I will have API and I will have users. I will send it. It will give me this message. Okay, now check what happens if I send 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. I can just keep on doing this. It will just keep on sending this request. Now if I want to rate limit this entire thing, I will have to do some sort of like rate limiting. So let's put it as rate limit from lib.upstash and then limit it and then limit the user. Now at this point, what happens is basically we need to have understanding of, okay, what is the user ID, and this can be actually retrieved from request as well. So let's have the console of request, say body or say token. I'm pretty sure there's a way to get the credentials. For now, let's go it with the body, right? And let's remove this. So if I say this, right, let's make it as post. Let's convert this to post. And not yet. Cool. Now here I will have a raw body of JSON. Basically what most probably will happen is there will be a authorization token from where you can retrieve the user ID. Basically you have to just identify that this is the same person. So let's give it as user ID and let's give it as 1. Make it as this. Cool. This is beautification. Now we can send it and let's check. So it is like this whole thing, request.body. Request.body. Let's see, do we have like user ID? Or have I forgotten how the backend works? Okay. Pretty sure if I think this is what the web standard and does. Now it's the same thing. Let me just check what is happening. If it's a web standard API, so let's go with the MDN request. Let's see. Request web standard. Do we have body? It's a readable stream. So request post blah blah blah. Body is this. So request.body is a body, a readable stream. Okay. Okay. Note that the request using the get or head method cannot have a body and null is returned. Okay, this is good. Why is it like, doesn't matter, yeah? Okay, I am accustomed to the node version of request. Next.js API request body in the post of the, here we are. Okay, let's see if that is the case. Then here should be a JSON, right? Request.json. Instance method, array buffer, block, clone, form data, text. So this is a JSON. Now it is a promise. Okay, that explains this. Okay, all right. So we have to have this as async. Then we have to have this as JSON. And this will be this. Cool. Now let's check it out. I completely forgot that. Form data I remember, but this was good. And here we are, 1. Okay. So we are getting it. Now what I can do is I can just simply say rate limit user ID. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. It has to be somewhat. Let me. Again, I have to open some sort of like a secret file. Let me check the credentials here. I'm pretty sure I'm messing up somewhere. Let me check. Okay, here we are back. So technically, this should be returning something, I guess. So it will be like success as per its documentation. And if the success is not true, then I want to throw new error too many requests. Let's check it out. In the response, do we have error? We have a status, we have error. Cool. Let's go with that. So we will say new response. First of all, I will have this status. So this will have response status. Let's go with this. I'm pretty sure we have error, and here we will have it's the same response error. So we will have this. Okay, but okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and now we have an error. Okay, we need to provide something. So let's just simply throw the new error. I'll see what I can do about this. How to actually throw the error? Response error. Return type parameters is none. Example response error. Doesn't make sense. Response error with message. Most of the documentation will be basically giving me some sort of like, okay, what will happen if I don't throw the error like this? I simply return next JSON and body, which is this. But before that, I want to add something. Next response dot status. Like, how should I set the status? Status read only property. Okay, the NextJS set is status and all of that. Let me just check. Cool. NextJS app router response error with status. Okay, this is from July. If I am retrieving the data from API and page.js and the API returns an error or is unavailable, then I cannot render my page. So I would like to return this. Okay, this is different thing. Handling server errors, root, layout, blah blah blah. This is again different thing. This is again different thing. Now these are completely different if I am correct. I want API route. Next.js API route response error. How to do error handling in next 13 API routes. Yeah, let's see. I'm very frustrated about the new next API 13 blah blah blah. Let's not do that. So, and I cannot am I here? Yeah, let's join it. And I can't find any documentation how to do this. I've been trying to use NodeMiller in an API route. If there's an error, then this is a status, but I would expect this to work. But on the front end, I get 500. Even though the email was sensible, what did I do wrong? You probably was on rest status, not JSON for the body. So technically, if it's a post, then it can also have this, right? And if that is the case, then maybe this of status can be now this, right? But that's the old Next.js API route handler, not the app route. I see. If in that case, it looks like the first parameter in the body is the body, and the second parameter is status and other option. Let's see. Response is error and this. Okay. The first parameter in the JSON method is the body. The second parameter is a response init, in which you have access to property of status headers. Okay, let's check it out. Too many requests error code. HTTP error now is status code indicates the client application supports rate limit. Okay, so technically this is JSON. This is going to be null, and then here I will have status, which is going to be treat this, and then status text will be too many requests. Hopefully this is going to go good, and maybe I don't need this from here. I can just remove this, and here as well is going to be response, right? Let's check it out. If I am sending this 1 2 3, and this is bad. What did I even send? But it is too many requests, which is good. Okay, this is good for the headers and status. So now I can do the message right here. Technically speaking, we have to run technically speaking, we have to learn the web standards, which is something that I'm not, well, I don't know anything about. Too many requests. Cool. And this is 429 and this. So what will happen? So this is the entire functionality. You have this upstash where you have this defined as this. I'm saying that at max only 3 rate limit can actually 3 requests can happen per minute, which is 1 minute. And analytics is true, and this is like limited. Now if I go back to my this console, you can see bandwidth is right here, number of commands, average storage, 9 bytes, cost is this, right? So yeah, this is it. And what I will do still is I will just go back and delete this entire thing, and will redo the entire thing after this, so that all the secrets are fine, hopefully. And we'll try to do the entire thing again for all these secret files, and that's about it. So I think this is done as well. Okay, you can just remove it, and we have this setup as well. Cool. Now this is basically making our API route secure, or doesn't bottleneck, or does not get overloaded because of some malicious intentful person. Now what is reg? Let's go to the reg, and we can just simply quickly wrap it up. I'll just, for a moment, we'll do this. We'll go back to my upstash. We'll open my chirp. We'll simply go to my some sort of like a settings or something. Basically I will delete this database chirpy, because I need new database. I will create this again. This time I will say chirpy, and this time I will say global. Primary region I will select as US thing, and read region is also going to be to Singapore. Let's put it at Singapore, and that should be it. Or we can do with the regional. Okay, fair enough. Let's go with the Oregon only, US West 2, even though it will be like bad for me because this is not available in India, and regional is not available. It's not open for Sydney. Let's see if I am sitting in India. Best region for server location in India. Mumbai, India. New Delhi, Bangalore, Mumbai, India, during West Singapore, and some other location: USA, London, Dallas, Pittsburgh, Amsterdam, Atlanta. Let's go with the US only, which will be good enough for me. Again, I will just simply create the entire thing, nothing else. It will create the entire thing. It will give me a new secret and new endpoint as well. So that's about it. So I will just go to my .env file. I'll paste it. And yeah, it is now completely new. So technically speaking, my entire file is good to go. I can now copy this entire env file. I can go back to my Vercel. Vercel. Well, Vercel. I can delete every single thing that I have done till now. So that everything is like updated and everything is like fair enough. I'll simply copy this entire thing. And we are good to go. Save it. So we are back again, and here we are. Everything is now good to go. So now let's do 2 more setups and we are done. For now, we are going to be done. Okay, so Wretch. Let's start with Wretch. What is Wretch? Well, technically speaking, it's just a form of fetch. In case you don't know, it's better fetch. So let me just close everything in the right tab. All right, so sorry about that. Wretch. Sorry. Wretch bundle phobia. We'll see what I mean. So here's the bundle phobia. This is my Wretch, which is 2 KB. Cool. And if you check this Axios, this is 11 KB. Now, if you check this Wretch, this, and go inside this, which is last one, you will see that this is small, intuitive, immutable, modular, isomorphic, type safe, proven, strongly typed, and maintainable. Basically, it's a wrapper around fetch. And if you think about it, it's basically for see, fetch needs a second callback to process the response body. You can actually just do get JSON and you do our stuff here. We can do our stuff here. Fetch won't reject on HTTP error status. Like, we have to actually set things like this, right? In Wretch, it's not found, unauthorized, error, response, catch, or whatever the uncaught errors is. Okay, this is the fetch. You have to set the header, the method, and the body manually, right? Which is true. Here you have a shorthand at your disposal, like .post, .this, and things like that. For this, like for this to work, you have to have some sort of like because configuration should not rhyme with repetition. So one time you configure the things like, this is my base URL, this is the bearer token, this is the options that I would like to have, and this is the resolution. And then every time you simply call this external API and you provide the headers, you provide get, all of that, and then URL, post, JSON, things like that. It starts working as so. So things is this way. So all I will do is basically just install the Wretch, because we don't know when we might be using it. But we won't be using fetch. We will be using Wretch only. I don't know what this is all about. Okay, so that's Wretch is done. It's just installation, nothing else. It's basically using like fetch, but you use it within the Wretch. Okay, my main aim is just this thing. I might not even do, or I mean, basically speaking, I like this, right? To provide the endpoint and then open this entire thing. So I might be doing the same thing here as well, but this is something that I would like to have on the go. Cool. So that's number one. And then a speaker setup. What is this speaker setup that I'm talking about? Well, for this to just demonstrate, what I will do is okay, we will have to go to this page. Okay, here's what I want to do. This is my server component and this is my client logo. So let's go here. This again is only going to be possible on client end, but think about it like this. Technically what I want to do here is let's create, just for the quick sake, very quick demonstration sake, section. Okay, we'll also rename a lot of things here, but let's create a section. It's going to be use client, and this will be export default function section. Okay, and this will take the children and this whole thing, and this will be basically the section. Fair enough, nothing else we are doing. This is it. So this section, however, will now be able to process things, and this will be client thing, whereas all the children can still be kind of like server things as well. So now here I want the tab index first of all to be 0, so that this is tabbable. And then on focus, I want to run something. Let's say for now console dot this, and let's say speak. Cool. And this is it. So now in my let's call it this section. Here I will say section like so, and then inside this section, right, I will provide a paragraph, and let's call it lorem 40. All right, let's see how it actually looks first. If I go to, let's remove these. This is already done. What happened? Yeah, this is already done. So let's remove this. So the idea is when I press on tab, see tab, this is accessibility related thing. Then I press on tab. The moment I press on here, right, the idea is that the moment this is pressed and there's a button that I can actually push, then basically I should be able, the browser can just simply speak to me. Okay, that's the entire idea. So I will open this thing called learning T3. I have already created a few things here, so I will just close everything, and here I will have things like speak. So I'll just copy paste this. I'll explain it what it is here. And yes, most of the time you will do a lot of copy pasting. I just don't know how to do this entire thing in app router, because it's very easy in pages router because everything is SSR'd to client and then hydration happens, so it's quite easy there. You will do this, and let me just check it what it is all about. Okay, so first and foremost, there's a global speak mode which is on or off, and by default it is off. Okay, And then there's a global function export, which is saying change the global speak mode, where it demands a value and then it is on or off. If the value is off, it will speak this, and if the value is on, it will speak this, and whatever the value is, it will make it so. Okay, so if it's off, it will say voice reading turned off, and then make this particular global variable to be off. Otherwise it will say on and on. Now what is this speak is doing? Well, this is speak is basically an internal function. You don't have to actually export it for most part. No, you have to export it. Okay, so this is speak. It is demanding a text, right? And then it is basically checking whether the window is undefined or not, whether the speech synthesis utterance in window is present or not, whether the speech synthesis is present in the windows or not, whether the text is empty or not, and whether the global speak mode is on or not. And if all of these are true, basically they come to truthy, then basically it is saying get me the speech synthesis utterance, then synthesize basically synthesis from window.speech synthesis, and then it is speech synthesis.speaking. Basically check whether everything is, if the previous speaking is going on or not. If it is going on, simply cancel it, which is right here. Otherwise have a timeout, because I don't know why this is required, but it is required to get this voices. But have a timeout and of, let's say, 500 milliseconds or something. Get all the voices from here, add that particular voice using a filter. So for me it's like en of whatever the Indian voice is, whatever the first Indian voice is, add it here, and then make this speak. Okay, so this is the entire setup. Now let's see how it is actually being utilized. So I am pretty sure I'm using it somewhere. Oh, here we go. So technically speaking, we are doing it like this, and this is the utterance. Cool. Okay. Okay, so technically speaking, once we are here, right, here's what we have to do. In this part, apart from the children, right, it also takes things called text. This is what we have to take, and I will say it as text. Cool. We can remove this like so, and we can make it like empty. And then let's make this as speak and speak it the text. Fair enough. Okay. But there's a problem. You see, the problem is that in my learning of T3 scenario, there's another thing that you have to check, and that is this function. Let's check where we are calling it. We are calling it inside one of the providers. Okay, so let's also copy this, and I'll just show you what this does. So in our components, in our client component, we will have a file called .tsx, and we'll just copy paste this. And this is something that I can just remove from here, and I can make it from here. Okay, so what it is doing is that it is saying this is one of the components, that's all. It has this use effect, and this use effect is adding a event listener. If the window is like, and the use effect does not require this, so technically this is already going to be always present, because use effect only runs on client. The only thing that we have to do is add this. Cool. And this is my event listener. If the key down, and it is tracking the event, keyboard event, here it is. Okay, it is tracking the keyboard event, where it is right here, and I'm tracking. If I press ctrl plus key of M, then on, and if I'm pressing it as capital M, right, then off. Capital M basically means ctrl is shift plus M. Okay, so that's what I am actually trying to do. So mute or mute on, mute off. So basically it's a reverse process. So mute off basically means on, and mute on basically means off. Okay, and I'm doing it for once. Cool. And then I can actually return a cleanup function, which will be basically window dot remove event listener, and this will be key down. And let's call it like speaker event, and let's pass this here. What happened? Did I mess this up? Right? This has to be like so, right? Okay, let me check. Window dot remove event listener. Okay, so technically speaking, I have to just put this as listener event, then listener event and listener event. Hopefully this will work. Okay, now this entire case short, which is this, I simply want it to run in every pages. Now in that pages router, this was quite easy in a sense that, okay, first of all, in this section I will make it optional first. So in that in the pages router, it was easy because underscore app.js file could take this entire thing. Here I hope that this is going to be the layout file. So I will go to app, and the layout at the very, I mean inside this user provider, inside this body, or outside this even, I can have simply case shorts. Hopefully this will work. Okay, now technically speaking, if I am back to my let's see, is a safety measure where to protect people from accident dropping the entire code, disable safe migration, and then drop the table via console. Okay, tried it, but the main one is not dropping. We'll see. Okay, so here we are here. Let's see whether it is even working or not. Okay, so first and foremost, we have to inspect this, and we have to go to console. Now what I want is tab, 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 tab. So first of all, this is tabbable, right? So this is good to go. And when this is tabbable, now let's press Control M. So right now it is not working for some reason. Let's go and check why. I am including the case shorts. So here we are. If let's console log and see whether it is even working or not. Am I working? And let's also put it here with 1, here with 2, and also here with 3, because end of the day they are all just JavaScript. Okay. I only want errors and this. Let's see. So this ran, and then am I working is running, which is good. And 1 is running, this is running. Now the use effect, okay. Now 2 is also running. So we are technically here. Okay. What about here? This is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. Okay. So at this point, this is what I was doing. We can actually make it better, I hope. But the idea was that this is my section. And at this section, I will pass the text as this whole thing. Now, technically what happens is most likely the text is not like this. Basically what happens is you will call some sort of like a function, you call directly on click on something like that, because you will make this a better replica of how the section is. So for example, if I just put it here, this we can actually have some sort of like a prop here, so that it makes sure that everything is like the same. So this is a quick solution that I'm passing the text, and then these texts, most likely if it is say coming from either database or if it is coming from CMS, whatever, you can just also pass the same text right here, right? It will be a 1 word thing, not this much. And then if I go back, now I'm off. Now when I press Control plus M, now when I press Tab, focus. When I press outside of this, okay, and depending on like if I have 2 or more of them, let's put it this way, let's have this as text 1 is being read by the screen reader using web speech synthesis here. Okay, now what I will do here is make this as this. Cool. Then I have another one, and this will be text 2, and that's about it. Now let's go back. What I want to see here is basically if I press tab and tab back, as per the code, if I look here inside this section, if I look inside this speak, you will see that as per the code, if it is being spoken and the code is again back here, just make sure this is cancelled. Of course, this is not like optimized because we are trying to do every time the new synthesis and all of that, but we can look into it later. But for now, the this is kind of like a proof of concept, what I was thinking, and most likely we won't even implement it, but let's see. So here we are. Let's see. Okay. Tab, 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 tab.
What's really turned on? What's really turned on? Text 1 is being read by the screen reader using web speech synthesis here.
Okay, so this is what I'm trying to for a proof of concept, this is good enough, and we'll see what we can actually do from here onwards, and whether we even want to do it or not. A lot of things here will change. A lot of things, a lot of ways of doing things will change, right? For example, we can just try and go with profile.
Text 1 is being read by the screen reader using web speech synthesis here.
Right, and in the profile one, we can have this as on click, because this is client component, so we can directly say do this, and in this we can say loading. Okay, and when this is like being on click, it's loaded. So let's say on focus. Okay, and we'll make this as tab index of 0 as well, just to case. Let's refresh it right here, just to make sure we can what we are trying to do here is basically test whether this layout thing there actually works here as well or not. So here we are.
What's really turned on? Loading.
Okay, it is working fine. So
What's really turned on?
if we add it, as long as we are not adding another layout file, I think this will be throughout our entire site, and that's exactly what we needed. Okay, so everything right now is kind of like done. Let me just close this here. Let's open the readme. Our basic setup is done, right? Basically now we can just fast forward into designing things like that and logical expect. All of these were the basic things that was required. Now if you check this, if I would not be speaking continuously and would not be doing this, this is at least, if you are setting it up for the first time because your client said, I want the Auth0, I want the PlanetScale, I want the Google Tag Manager, I want the upstash, things like that, it will take approximately 1 or 2 days. Why? Because first of all, you will read things. So not the setting up the things will require much, but sometimes to set it up accurately, it requires some time. So you will give some sort of like, okay, give me a 2-day buffer, but you will eventually be able to do it in just 5 to 6 hours at best. At worst, and at best in just 3 hours at max. Set it up, everything, have some sort of like a very small proof of concept that I just did, right? The speaker, the reg, the upstash and things like that. You can just test it out. And yes, then if you have to build a full scale things, technically you have to open the documentation and then you have to read it all out for your specific use cases, right? There's no way any one person can actually come up with and understand pretty much all of these. It's too much, but that's the nature of this job. Everything is sometimes you do not control what you're going to use. Like for example, sometimes you don't control what auth method you are going to use. So in YouTube and in Twitter, you keep on seeing that everybody is using NextAuth or Clerk and everything is a super high-paid thing. But then you go there and you are like, you know what? I only want Magic Link and I want it to be custom made. Now you're effed. Or I am having all my users in the Auth0. Why should I just move to whatever the hell you are telling me anyways, right? A lot of things are like, my company is global and it has different branches and all around the world, and it has the user base is actually maintained in the global so that it can actually have some sort of like a data something. So things like that actually happens. Second of all, most likely you won't even get this. Like for example, we are using PlanetScale, but they will be using some sort of like bare minimum self-maintainable databases depending on the size of the company, or the AWS database that is deployed in AWS or things like that. So, and they will not be deploying in Vercel either. Maybe GCP, maybe AWS, maybe I don't know, sometimes even hosting her. So these things keep on happening, and in that restricted environment you have to just play the game, right? That's why it's called engineering. Not otherwise, what's the point? Let everybody else do everything and you just uh remain stuck. Okay, now at this point I think my rant can be over. I can just add everything and I can just commit everything. What we did, we added upstash, rate limiter, we added retch, fetch, and then we added speaker feature POC. Okay, and kind of, yeah, it's done. Apart from that, we can also add one few things. If you don't know, you guys can actually go here. This is called kbar npm. This is something that most people, most site actually uses for. It's a published a day before this thing, right? So this is like provider, and then you provide the actions, and based on that it performs the actions. And if you check this out, all of these are actually using these things. These are next UI. So when you come here and you press Control K or Command K, this opens, and then you can type things, and then you can actually press enter and you can go there. So these are all accessibility tools that is quite handy. Okay, so yeah, and if anything has to be production ready, I completely forgot. Checklist is these things, but let's start with this. Just few things. It has, and these are must, right? These are must haves in any production app. And what are these? Well, you have to have I don't know who's this, where it is coming from. You have to have yeah, web performance, great, right? Web you have to have great CWV scores for real world users. I'll show you what these are. Then you have to have proper analytics, then accessibility. Okay, so these are must have. Now accessibility is a very vast thing. This is a vast topic. So standard level accessibility should be the aim for the starters. Okay, then you have to have proper SEO, so that means sitemaps has to be there. You have to have robots and things like that. Okay, metadata, we'll be eventually doing these all things. And yeah, so these are the must-haves, right? And this is image optimization, LCP scores. Okay, you have FID, first input, FID scores, first input delay. You have INP, which is a new metric, and then you have what else? FCP, TBT, TF, time to first byte, CLS, which is, this is core metric. This is now going to become the core metric, new core metric. This is the deprecated core metric from 2024 March. Okay, there's still some time left. LCP is basically another core metric. Okay, so these are all the things that you basically have to keep in mind while you're designing anything for the production level things. Just to show you one thing, if you go to, I can just pause it. if you go to say, let's go to NextJS only. Why not? Here, and copy this entire thing. Let's go to page speed insights. Okay, you go here, you click here, and also go something called RUM vision. Now here you can actually have this entire page analyzed in terms of its performance, and you can see that in mobile, core web vitals are passing for the real world users for this URL, and in origin it's also passing. Okay, but this course origin is basically for the entire every single page in this particular website, and this URL is only for this thing. And but you will see that the INP is too bad, which means that after March 2024 this site will start failing. This takes approximately 28 days, so yes, there's that. And this is a diagnostic performance tool, which is like, okay, got it, this is 64, right? Accessibility is even less, a little bit less. Now these are all the improvement points. As you can see, this is a total blocking time which is huge, and this is the reason why this became huge. So if you check, this is TBT, total blocking time, TBT. This is my LCP. So if I check on the LCP, you will find that it has, first of all, this opportunity, but if I remove it, you click on this, you see TTFB is basically this much. This is depending on server, not anything that a front-end engineer can do, but this is the render delay. So these are all the things that it is founding that we can actually do something, avoid chaining critical request. And you can bet that if these people are not doing it, there's a high chance probability that it is not possible to do these things for the most part, because we don't have granular control, and sometimes this just picks up nonsense, to be honest. You can actually do all those things and still it won't work. Now this is main thread, and if you check here, you will have the script evaluation. There's a DOM size problem. This is a JavaScript thing. So now I'm showing the third-party resources, right? And there's something called Auth0. So let's check this out. What is this? Privacy compliance automated tool, right? So again, this is a third-party tool. This is consent management and all of that it was giving us. So that is all it is about. Let's see the pricing. See, they're actually paying these things, and you can have a bunch of other things as well, like all the things that you can actually try to perform. But this doesn't make much sense, because if you go to desktop, and this is the entire situation, the thing is, most users are from mobile, and I think that's the problem with the JS frameworks. And yeah, so this is something that you have to actually look into. When I talked about CWD score, now RUM vision, just to last minute thing, RUM vision is basically something that actually gives you the entire trend over a long period of time. So if I go to the tools and Web Vitals history, which is free. Now if I go and paste this, get the results, you will find that their largest contentful paint is actually regressing. Now when did that happen? Well, you can see that it happened somewhere around August 26 to 29, and it is just a little bit improving, but for the most part it is just decreasing, right? So maybe the app router version is like slow. Okay, then you will also find that this is also regressing. This is steady. This is first contentful paint is just regressed around the same time, 26 or something. So some deployment must have happened back then, right? Interaction to next pane is like going up and down. Time to first byte is also just got reduced a lot. So these are all the things, and this is like for all countries and all of that. Okay, so you can actually do things like that. This is for mobile, this is for distribution, this is for all pages. If you if you go for the home page, you can see that a lot of things are regressing. Don't know whether they actually see it or not, but if they don't have to because they are Next.js org, you will anyway go there. But if you are a budding or you are kind of like about to rise or something like coming up, you are a coming up technology or SaaS company or e-commerce company or e-commerce website or something like that, right? E-commerce app, you have to look into it. Amazon don't have to, but even then they lose a lot of business. Okay, so there's another thing called web.dev, which is controlled by taken care of by Google. This is a Google thing. Here you can find the case studies, and you can actually look into how all these things actually include a bunch of things. Okay, you can also learn a lot of things like privacy, performance, accessibility, things like that. So maybe we can actually learn together if time permits. There's a lot of things that go deep into, which I mean, I have knowledge from here and there, but not from this particular place. I don't know what they teach. Cool. So we will continue tomorrow if the time permits. Otherwise, I will be editing more Next.js course videos and will be releasing them as well, trying to release them. I do have some sort of like a very huge health problem. I have some sort of like a requirement of brain scanning and all of that, but we'll see. If the time permits, I'll do that. And let me just do this. Let me just push this entire thing here. I'm pretty sure I messed up something. Yeah. So let's just updated more requirements in the readme.md. We'll just push this as well. Cool. So here we are. Let's go with the deployment and let's see what happens. We can just cancel this deployment. Yeah, cancel it. This is the only thing that matters, which is a new one. Now, while that is happening, let's also build it. Let's see how much the size have gone up, the initial JS load, after we have done all sort of like Auth0, PlanetScale, things like that, right? Mind you, we have not done more providers. We have just done one provider, which is user provider of Next.js. And cool, it did not go up at all. And like, yeah, a few kbs, but like 83.9 to 84, yeah, it's same. And this is good for us. In the starting, it is too good for us. We have not talked about the state management at all. Like, we'll maybe set up Justand later when the time comes, if we need it, or we will try to maintain as much data on the server end, but yeah, we'll see. So see you tomorrow if time permits from my end. Otherwise, thank you for watching. And yeah, let's see one more time.
Voice reading turned on. Text 1 is being read by a screen reader. Voice reading turned on.
This is Chirpy at the .codedusting.in. Thank you for watching. And if you like this, just subscribe because I'm planning to release more such videos. Thanks. Oh yeah, just one thing. Please share it so that more people can actually watch things like that. And yes, once, just a passing remark, once everything is like done, the reason why I want to show these things like this is because the project that we are going to build live this way, you will also see a version of it edited, not this way. I mean, once everything is built in a very rough manner, everything is there, then eventually we'll see me teaching how to build this entire project, but in an edited mode. And then I want the viewers who are still present here to actually compare the two, right? To just see that you don't have to suffer from imposter syndrome. As you have saw today, I have went ahead and searched a lot of things. This is exactly what I have done while I was building the Next.js app router course. Why? Because it is a new thing. I have to learn the same thing again. I have to learn the exact thing again. And if you have watched my previous stream, I'm actually learning the Next.js app router live as well in certain few videos. And then because I had more work to do, so I learned in silence, but that's how the entire process works. Okay. You cannot control that process. You're also human. Just do not think that whatever is happening in the tutorial zone of the edited tutorial zone is how things actually work. Not really. Okay. Thanks for watching. Cool. Bye, and please subscribe and share this video to your friends.